Good morning, sis. How are you? I did sleep a little bit. I did sleep a little bit. I'm not gonna say I didn't. I didn't sleep at all. I slept a little bit. Um, I hope that you are doing good, my lovely sis Trinity. Love you so much. You have no idea how much I love you. I hope you know that. For the main reasons, you've been very, very supportive with me. I am very appreciative and I'm very grateful to people that treat me like family, and I love and I accept your family love, along with your daughter, of course, since she's a Washingtonian as well. Make sure you tell her I said hi. Today I'm actually, oh yeah, I need to get my hat on, but today I'm actually going to be doing this live, standing up. We'll see how long we can stand up for. I'm trying to do something new, something different. I know most of you guys don't want to see this head, but I feel like showing it today and then showing off my little flag pin here. What we're waiting for the White House press. All right, we're going to have Caroline Levitt and J.D. Vance. Whew, a lot of things are happening, my friends. Good morning, Coyotes. Dougie, welcome. Haley, good morning. Good morning, Burning 47. Burning with the Holy Ghost, I hope. Pedro Nunez, Hueles. Oh, that's not how you say good morning, Pedro. Pedro, you say buenos dias or good morning. You don't say that. What's wrong with you? I should delete that comment and then have you say it again. All right, Pedro? Pedro said he smells gas this morning, to put it lightly. Hey, Dougie, how are you? Welcome, welcome. Brian, what's popping? My friends, salud. Every one of you guys, salud. I did a mix of my coffee. I know, Trinity. I don't care what you think. If Robert is here, okay, he's not here, so we're not going to say anything about Robert. But I'm going to say I did a mix this morning. So I grabbed some white coffee, And yes, I grabbed some white mocha, and then, of course, my regular dark coffee, and I mixed them separately. So I made my dark coffee, I mixed my white mocha, and then I mixed my white coffee. And then I mixed them all together, blended them, and so now I got my coffee pot ready to go. I am ready to go all day long, meaning an hour. No, really, we're going to go as long as we can. I know that I started off late today. I have been really, you guys have no idea. I have been, after I dropped my wife off, I had to go drop my daughter off at school because she missed her bus. My son actually catch the bus on time. And then I had to read up because I was very curious about what the people in Venezuela are saying. And sometimes, just watching videos, it's not enough. Sometimes you got to dig in and you got to find out information any other ways. And so I was reading, and I agree with the sentiment of what Venezuelan people. If you guys just coming in, please don't forget to hit the like button as you're coming in. I appreciate it. That's how you help me out. You guys know how that works. I don't have to tell you. I really want to say thank you to my subscribers. Thank you to my Superstar members, which I have 2 of them. And I believe it's at Trinity and Saltwater. I know the real names. But, of course, we're going to go ahead and use the usernames that you guys picked to be on my chat. So that's how I address you people. But I appreciate the superstars because you guys are at the max level of membership. And, you guys know that I don't have favoritism against any members. It doesn't matter the level. I think anybody that comes in at any level helps me out. And I appreciate you. And I give you thanks from the bottom of my heart. Now, with that being said, I have been reading up and I've been listening to the Venezuelan people. Now, so just so you know, the Venezuelan people they were thrilled. Now, there's some confusion, but they were very thrilled that President Donald Trump went into Venezuela and got Nicolas Maduro out of there. The controversial has been, and it has been pushed here in the United States, right? It has been pushed that, President Donald Trump is going to go over there and do a regime change. And what have we been saying? No, we're not doing a regime change. We're making sure that we're taking out those cartel drug lords. Anybody bringing drugs into our country, we're taking them out. And if Nicolas Maduro, who is wanted, let's remember, $50 million bounty for his arrest, right? He is not listening. And he is allowing for these drug boats to continue to leave Venezuela. Now, I will point out that the reason why the Colombian president, the alcoholic, by the way, el borrachito de Colombia, the reason why he gets mad at the United States of America is just like everybody else that is mad at the United States of America. Well, in specific, President Donald Trump. You guys already know who they are, to be honest. Trinity, I don't have to tell you. Any of my conservative friends, anybody that supports the MAGA movement, the MAGA nation, you guys know what I'm talking about, who our enemies are, who is trying to take the money, who is trying to take us out. They are jealous of us. They're envious. Now, with that being said, I want to tell you, the reason why we are taking out Maduro, besides the reward, right, the bounty on his head, and because he is guilty of these drugs and everything, it's because he's not listening. Now, we're not into the business of changing regime, but if it's going to affect the United States of America, then we have to be involved. We don't care what the United Nations does, okay? Just so you guys know, if you're coming in, we are waiting for the live to start. As soon as the live starts, I will go ahead and throw you that way, okay? As a matter of fact, let me do this. Let me go ahead and put it on the screen. We're going to use the Associated Press to show this today. Normally, I go to the White House or Fox or whatnot, but we're going to start here. Let me just put this on the screen so you guys know what we're waiting for, okay? Just so you guys don't get all desperate and go crazy on me because I'm over here talking all this stuff, all right? So we have this thing called, we want to make sure that United States of America is taken care of, America first. And so Nicolas Maduro, who is already wanted, right, is not listening. He is allowing drugs to come from other southern American countries, but Colombia, of course, the biggest cocaine known capital of the world, I don't know if that's the truth. I'm just messing around. But everybody knows. If I mention Colombia, what do you guys think? Cocaine. That's right. Right? And so Americans love cocaine. I get it. But guess what? It's a very dangerous drug. It can kill you. It causes a lot of bad things. So we don't want that in here. Come on, guys. Help me out. Don't be drug addicts. If you're a drug addict, seek help. Get some rehabilitation. Listen, I don't do drugs. I feel excited. All you need is some white and dark coffee mixed together with some white mocha to get your day started. I don't even know if that's the healthiest thing to do, but it's the nice drug. If you want to do drugs, drink some coffee. Coffee is life. Anyway, I'm sorry. I let my ADD get the best of me sometimes, but let's get back on track. So Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro is allowing Colombia to go ahead and pass cocaine. See, they have this deal, make money. Now, what's crazy is that the people don't get the money, just the tyrants, just the dictators, right? Even Nayib Bukele makes fun of the Colombian president because he's an alcoholic. He goes out and imagine right now, President Donald Trump comes out hammered, like Nancy Pelosi sometimes, right? But he comes in hammered, and listen, I don't care what Maduro says. That guy is a criminal. A criminal. What the hell are you going to think about him? But that's exactly what the Colombian president does. And so we know that. Now, you guys don't know because you guys don't listen to this news, right? You guys just think, oh, this guy is doing a live for an hour, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hours, 7 hours. You think that's it? No, it's not. I got to watch the news. You guys don't understand. I got to have 3 monitors with 6 different, peace out, bro, with 6 different, browsers, 2 times speed. I got to listen to everything at one time. I have to. I got to grab my phone. I got to have my laptop. I got to have everything. I got to hear everything. And you know what? Boom, boom. I'm grabbing what I believe that is the most important information, and then I take my focus on that. I don't have the greatest memory. I don't. I don't call myself a genius. I don't think I'm that smart. But I do feel like I have common sense, and I do believe that I have acquired some wisdom in my life. Okay, here we go, guys. Showtime.
Let me be clear.
Saved by the bell, as they say.
President Trump and his entire administration stand fully behind the heroic men and women of ICE and will always uphold law and order in the United States of America. The deadly incident that took place in Minnesota yesterday occurred as a result of a larger, sinister, left-wing movement that has spread across our country, where our brave men and women of federal law enforcement are under organized attack. Right now, immigration and customs enforcement officers are facing a 1,200% increase in assaults, a 3,200% increase in vehicle rammings, and an 8,000% increase in death threats. ICE agents are faithfully enforcing federal law to protect the safety of the American people by removing criminal illegal aliens from our country, which is exactly what nearly 80 million Americans elected President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance to do. Radicals in the Democrat Party are furious over this. They don't want our border secured or criminal illegal aliens being removed. As a result, Democrats are impeding immigration enforcement operations daily, creating extremely heightened and dangerous circumstances that make it nearly impossible for the men and women of law enforcement to simply do their jobs. Democrats are calling to defund federal law enforcement agencies who are protecting public safety. And Democrats are calling to abolish ICE and defund the police. That will never be allowed to happen under this president and vice president. The Trump administration will redouble our efforts to get the worst of the worst, criminal illegal alien killers, rapists, and pedophiles off of American streets. The Department of Homeland Security will continue to operate on the ground in Minnesota, not only to remove criminal illegal aliens, but also to continue conducting door-to-door investigations of the rampant fraud that has taken place in the state under the failed and corrupt leadership of Democrat Governor Tim Walz. Taxpayers have been ripped off to the tune of billions of dollars in this one state alone, and that is going to end, and people are going to be held accountable. The Trump administration has activated thousands of federal agents, doubled the number of U.S. attorneys in the DOJ office in Minneapolis, and surged resources to hold fraudsters accountable and demand justice for law-abiding American taxpayers and citizens across our country. And that's what brings the Vice President out here with me today to discuss all the Trump administration is doing and to make an additional important announcement on this front. So please, Mr. Vice President, will be joining us now.
Thank you, Carolyn.
Thank you.
Great. Well, good afternoon, everybody. And I want to echo some of what Carolyn said about what we're doing to combat the rampant fraud that exists in our immigration system, thanks to failed politicians and thanks to people who allowed the American taxpayer to be taken advantage of for far too long. I think it's important to understand why this matters to the American people. I am a father of 3 young kids, a lot of people in my generation. What is that going on there? Is that normal? Okay. CNN installed this broken camera just to throw me off my game, but it's not going to work. So here's the simple fact here. If you're a young parent struggling to afford childcare in the United States of America, there are programs that we have to make it easier for your kids to get in daycare, for your kids to get in preschool. Those programs should go to American citizens, not be defrauded by Somali immigrants and others. Make it hard for you to get the access to the resources you need. But number 2, making it easier for people who shouldn't even be in this country to fleece the United States and our taxpayers to begin with. We have actually activated a major interagency task force to make it possible to get to the heart of this fraud. We have Department of Agriculture resources that are focused on SNAP fraud so that people who need food benefits can get them, but illegal aliens and other fraudsters don't. We have over 1,500 subpoenas that the Department of Justice has issued to get to the heart of the fraud ring. We've done almost 100 indictments, mostly Somali immigrants, but also a few others. And of course, we're looking in with broad investigatory authority to a number of the instances of wrongdoing that we've seen in Minneapolis. But we also want to expand this. We know that the fraud isn't just happening in Minneapolis, it's also happening in states like Ohio. It's happening in states like California. And so what we're doing in order to help coordinate this remarkable interagency effort from the Trump administration, but also to make sure that we prosecute the bad guys and do it as swiftly and efficiently as possible, is we are creating a new Assistant Attorney General position who will have nationwide jurisdiction over the issue of fraud. Now, of course, that person's efforts will start and focus primarily in Minnesota, but it is going to be a nationwide effort because, unfortunately, the American people have been defrauded in a very nationwide way. I want to thank a couple of people for their cooperation, in particular Pam Bondi, our Attorney General, first of all, for getting a lot of resources to Minneapolis to start to investigate and prosecute this fraud, really at an industrial scale. We've never seen fraud like this in the history of our country. Pam has been doing a great job to get the resources there to uncover it, but importantly, creating a job like this often takes months, sometimes even longer. When we realized that we needed this Associate Attorney General position, Pam got this person up and running in about a week. We're going to make the nomination hopefully in the next few days. We'll obviously let you guys know who that is when we do it. I've talked to Senate Majority Leader John Thune, who has promised me swift confirmation for this official, but this is the person who is going to make sure that we stop defrauding the American people. And here's one final thing I'll say about this. I've heard a lot of people say that we need a special counsel to investigate fraud in the United States of America. I actually agree, and that's what this position does. It has all the benefits, all the resources, all the authority of a special counsel, but with 2 crucial differences. Number 1, it will be run out of the White House under the supervision of me and the President of the United States. And number 2, it's actually constitutionally legitimate. As you guys may know, the special counsel statute has some major constitutional questions. When we get the bad guys, we want to make sure we get them permanently and they don't have some legal technicality they can get out of, which is why we set it up as an Associate Attorney General. I'll take some questions, but I want to make just one final observation here. When I was actually walking out here, somebody sent me a photo of a CNN headline about what happened in Minneapolis. And this is the headline. I'm just going to read it. Outrage after ICE officer kills U.S. citizen in Minneapolis. Well, that's one way to put it, and that is the way that many people in the corporate media have put this attack over the last 24 hours. And I say attack very, very intentionally, because this was an attack on federal law enforcement. This was an attack on law and order. This was an attack on the American people. The way that the media, by and large, has reported this story has been an absolute disgrace, and it puts our law enforcement officers at risk every single day. What that headline leaves out is the fact that that very ICE officer nearly had his life ended, dragged by a car 6 months ago, 33 stitches in his leg. So you think maybe he's a little bit sensitive about somebody ramming him with an automobile? What that headline leaves out is that that woman was there to interfere with a legitimate law enforcement operation in the United States of America. What that headline leaves out is that that woman is part of a broader left-wing network to attack, to dox, to assault, and to make it impossible for our ICE officers to do their job. If the media wants to tell the truth, they ought to tell the truth that a group of left-wing radicals have been working tirelessly, sometimes using domestic terror techniques to try to make it impossible for the President of the United States to do what the American people elected him to do, which is enforce our immigration laws. The President stands with ICE, I stand with ICE, we stand with all of our law enforcement officers. And part of that is recognizing that you people in the media, not everybody in this room, but many people in this room have been lying about this attack. She was trying to ram this guy with her car. He shot back. He defended himself. He's already been seriously wounded in law enforcement operations before, and everybody who's been repeating the lie that this is some innocent woman who was out for a drive in Minneapolis when a law enforcement officer shot at her, you should be ashamed of yourselves. Every single one of you. Questions?
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I wanted to read a quote from Tim Walz earlier today. He said, "When things looked bleak, it was Minnesota's first that held the line for the nation on July 3rd, 1863, and I think we may be in that moment now." Can you comment on his rhetoric and Mayor Jacob Frey and whether they want to see unrest in Minneapolis?
Well, that's very tough rhetoric from a guy who just quit because his fraudulent activities have been uncovered. Look, Tim Walz is a joke. His entire administration has been a joke. The idea that he's some sort of freedom fighter, he's not. He's a guy who has enabled fraud and maybe, in fact, has participated in fraud. That's what this new Assistant Attorney General position is going to find out. I don't care what Tim Walz says. I care about getting to the bottom of this fraud for the American people, and I care about enforcing the nation's immigration laws. That's what we're going to stay focused on.
On a related question here, I mean, Democrats have accused ICE of murder. They've said they're targeting Americans. They've told ICE to get the F out of Minnesota. This is going to stoke the fire against ICE agents. And you're talking about ICE agents right now and being concerned about them. What, if anything, is the administration going to do to make sure these folks are protected during these protests? But also, should DHS sort of revisit their procedures here? I mean, nobody wants to see an American killed. Are there changes that need to be made to make sure something like this doesn't happen again?
Look, first of all, of course, nobody wants an American citizen to be killed. This is absolutely a tragedy, but it's a tragedy of the making of the far left. They have radicalized a very small segment of the population, taught them that ICE agents are engaging in wide-scale violation of people's rights. What our ICE officers are doing is deporting the millions of criminal aliens that were let in during the Biden administration. So number one, we have to say, as a matter of leadership, and I would appreciate if the Democrats would join me on this, let's be honest about the fact that we have way too many illegal aliens in this country. Our ICE officers should be supported in doing their job. You're trying to actually marshal the far left lunatic fringe to engage in doxing, to try to make it impossible for them to enforce the law, and in some cases actually to engage in acts of domestic terrorism against our law enforcement officers. When you talk about different plans, different protocols, different policies, I forget exactly how you asked the question. Here's the simple fact. What we're going to do is make it easier for the American people's administration to enforce the American people's law. And that means that Democrats have to stop rallying the mob against legitimate law enforcement operations, and that means that we are going to get tougher, and that's what this AAG position is about. We're going to get tougher at the people who are defrauding the United States by inciting violence against our law enforcement officers. That's one of the things that we're going to do. We've already started that work at the Department of Justice, but we're going to keep on doing it, and this new AAG position is going to kick that into high gear.
Vice President Vance, you just suggested that this woman who was killed, Renee Good, is part of a broader left-wing network. Who do you think is behind this broader left-wing network?
Well, it's one of the things we're going to have to figure out, but here's the way that I put it. When somebody throws a brick at an ICE agent, or somebody tries to run over an ICE agent, who paid for the brick? And who told protesters to show up and engage in violent activity against our law enforcement officers? You see, just with this most recent terrible incident in Minneapolis, you see friends of this woman's or other people who are eyewitnesses saying basically that she was there to engage in obstruction of a legitimate law enforcement operation. How did she get there? How did she learn about this? There's an entire network, and frankly, some of the media are participating in it, that is trying to incite violence against our law enforcement officers. It's ridiculous, it's preposterous, and part of our investigatory work is getting to the bottom of it. Who's funding it? Who's supporting it? Who's cheerleading it? And of course, if there's illegal activity related to that, we're going to get to the bottom of that and prosecute it where we can.
Mr. Vice President, thank you for taking questions today. Is there a risk with you describing her as a deranged leftist, talking about very specific facts of these events, when an investigation is just beginning? Are you preempting a thorough investigation by drawing such conclusions? And have you received any information beyond the videos we've seen publicly about this individual, her specific acts, that has informed your point of view?
Well, first of all, the Department of Justice is going to investigate this. The Department of Homeland Security is already investigating this. But the simple fact is, what you see is what you get in this case. You have a woman who is trying to obstruct a legitimate law enforcement operation. Nobody debates that. You have a woman who aimed her car at a law enforcement officer and pressed on the accelerator. Nobody debates that. I can believe that her death is a tragedy, while also recognizing that it's a tragedy of her own making and a tragedy of the far left, who has marshaled an entire movement, a lunatic fringe, against our law enforcement officers. I think what is clearly happening here, and it's going to keep on happening unless the Democrats wake up and say, you know what, you don't have to agree with our immigration policies. You don't have to agree with what the president or the vice president believe about immigration enforcement, but why don't you take this to the ballot box? Why don't you vote? Why don't you organize? Instead, what some of them are doing is encouraging people to get violent with our law enforcement officials. It's disgraceful, and it's got to stop.
Mr. President,
Yeah.
just to follow up on that question, and again, thank you for taking questions, Mr. Vice President. There's clearly a lot of emotion in Minnesota, across the country, over this incident. You're calling Renee Good a deranged leftist. There's been heated rhetoric that we've also heard from officials. What responsibility do you and the president have to diffuse some of the tension that we are seeing play out in Minnesota, bring down the temperature as this investigation is unfolding?
What we have a responsibility to do is to protect the people who are enforcing the law and protect the country writ large. Whether you're Democrat or Republican, you deserve to have the people's laws enforced in the United States of America. Now, again, I'm not happy that this woman lost her life. I'm not happy that this woman was there at a protest violating the law by interfering with a law enforcement action. I think that we can all recognize that the best way to turn down the temperature is to tell people to take their concerns about immigration policy to the ballot box. Stop assaulting and stop inciting violence against our law enforcement officers. That's the best way to take down the temperature. And we're not going to give in to terrorism on this. And that's exactly what's happening. People trying to antagonize, to commit acts of violence. They throw bricks at them. Sometimes they shoot at them. Sometimes they dox them. Sometimes they go to their place of residence and harass their families. This is classic terrorism. And we cannot say that when a far left fringe is inciting violence against our brave law enforcement officials, that we're no longer going to enforce the law. That's rewarding the very people who are engaged in this garbage. The actual reward that they just got is a new assistant attorney general who is going to prosecute and investigate this stuff even more aggressively than before. Yeah.
Thanks for taking my question. So the head of Minnesota's investigations agency says that the U.S. Attorney's Office has essentially cut off the state investigations agency's access to the investigation. What is the precedent for that, and why shouldn't the Minnesota officials on the ground have access and evidence to work on this investigation?
First of all, I wish the state officials in Minnesota would investigate why you have so many people who are using their vehicles and other means to actually interfere with a legitimate law enforcement operation. The precedent here is very simple. You have a federal law enforcement official engaging in federal law enforcement action. That's a federal issue. That guy is protected by absolute immunity. He was doing his job. The idea that Tim Walz and a bunch of radicals in Minneapolis are going to go after and make this guy's life miserable because he was doing the job that he was asked to do is preposterous. The unprecedented thing is the idea that a local official can actually prosecute a federal official with absolute immunity. I've never seen anything like that. It would get tossed out by a judge. So what I'd like Minnesota to focus on is the real issue that they're encouraging people. Minneapolis officials are encouraging people to commit violence against ICE officials. It's ridiculous. It's got to stop. Go ahead.
Mr. President, thank you. You said earlier that there's a left-wing network to attack, to dox, to assault, and make it impossible for ICE officers to do their job. You told my colleague just now that there's an investigation going on into that network.
Yep.
So if everything that you say is true, how does being part of that network justify being shot?
Well, being part of the network doesn't justify being shot, but ramming an ICE officer with your car, that's what justifies being shot. It's not a good thing, by the way, but when you force somebody to engage in self-defense, it's almost a preposterous question. I'm not saying that funding some of this stuff justifies capital punishment. Nobody would suggest that. The reason this woman is dead is because she tried to ram somebody with her car and that guy acted in self-defense. That is why she lost her life, and that is the tragedy. Now, there may be other violations of the law and other penalties that are associated with those violations of the law. For example, if you are funding violence against our law enforcement officers, I'm not a prosecutor. My guess is that's not the sort of thing that earns capital punishment, but it should sure as hell earn you a few years in prison if you're funding the effort to try to assault our law enforcement officers. What is, I'm sorry guys, what's going on here? You guys are meant to report the truth. How have you let yourself become agents of propaganda of a radical fringe that's making it harder for us to enforce our laws? You just asked me a question that presumed that the reason why this woman died is because she was engaged in legitimate protest. She tried to run somebody over with her car, and the guy defended himself when that happened. Next question.
The investigation is still ongoing.
I said next question.
Mr. Vice President, I mean, you presumably watched the video yourself. There's not the slightest doubt in your mind, having viewed it, that the victim, you still believe that she deliberately tried to ram him despite seeing this video?
Look, I don't know what is in a person's heart or in a person's head, and obviously we're not going to get the chance to ask this woman what was going on. What I am certain of is that she violated the law. What I am certain of is that that officer had every reason to think that he was under very serious threat for injury or in fact, his life. What I'm certain of is that she accelerated in a way where she ran into the guy. I don't know what was in her heart and what was in her head, but I know that she violated the law, and I know that officer was acting in self-defense. It raises an interesting point, though. Look, if people want to say that we should have a legitimate debate about, you know, what was she really doing, right? Was she panicking when she drove into this officer, or was she actually trying to ram him? That's a reasonable conversation. What's not reasonable is for so many of you to plaster all over the media that this was an innocent woman and that the ICE agent committed murder, which is what many of you have said explicitly and some of you have said implicitly. That's what I have an objection to. The idea that this was not justified is absurd, and I think everybody knows it in their heart. Yeah.
Mr. Vice President,
In the green jacket.
Taking down the temperature, it seems like political violence is ratcheting up and riots could be around the corner. What steps does the administration have planned to try to unite America? Average people on both political sides are so tired of fighting with each other, and I think all the journalists in this room could agree with me that we don't want to be part of the problem. Do you have any words to unite America?
You know, I know you don't want to be a part of the problem, and I think that's true of a lot of you. I'm not sure it's true for everybody, because the reporting over this has been one of the biggest scandals I've ever seen in media. I've never seen a case so misrepresented and misreported when you have a guy who was defending himself and is now being treated as some sort of federal assassin by so many of the people in this room. First of all, let me say about crime. You mentioned violence. One of the things we're proudest about is that you saw violent crime over the last year drop by 20%. Why is that drop by 20%? Is it because we're attacking our law enforcement officers, or is it because we in the administration are empowering our law enforcement officers to enforce the law? I think that's one of the ways you take down the temperature, is you make people feel more secure and safe in their person and property. That's why we care so much about protecting our law enforcement, because it accrues to the benefit of the entire national community. I think that we can absolutely talk about the ways in which, you know, we can lower the temperature by discussing differences in a reasonable and rational way. Again, I'm happy to talk with any congressional Democrat or any of you about our immigration policy, about why I think it's necessary, about why I think it's in the best interest of the country, about why the President of the United States was elected to actually enforce the border for the first time in at least 4 years. So here's the problem. That's not the debate so many people are having. They are actively covering for people who are committing acts of violence against federal law enforcement. It is preposterous. The way to take down the temperature is to stop it. Have your debates about policy. Attack me. Attack the President of the United States. Don't attack our law enforcement officers. They are trying to do the job the American people demanded that they do. They are not policy actors. They are enforcing the law. They should be treated with a modicum of dignity and respect. And the fact that they're not is why incidents like yesterday happened. The one final point I'll make about this is, look, there's a part of me that feels very, very sad for this woman, not just because she lost her life, but because I think she is a victim of left-wing ideology. What young mother shows up and decides they're going to throw their car in front of ICE officers who are enforcing legitimate law? You've got to be a little brainwashed to get to that point to where you're willing, not just to protest, that's fine, not peacefully protest, but throw your vehicle in front of legitimate law enforcement officers and drive your car into them. To get to that point, you have to be, I think, radicalized in a very, very sad way. I certainly wish that she hadn't got there. I know there's an ICE officer right now who very much wishes he was not put in the position where he had to fire a gun to defend his own life. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. What's your message, following up on that, what's your message to the leaders in Minnesota, the governor of Minnesota, the mayor of Minneapolis, to calm down the situation on the ground, on the streets? What's your message also to those protesters who saw that video in a completely different way than you saw that video?
Well, first of all, I think if you watch every angle of that video, there is one angle where if you squint, you can maybe tell yourself that it's not clear what happened. But when you look at all angles of that video, it is very clear that her vehicle went right for the guy. She actually collided with him. And then that's, of course, when he fired his shots. That's obvious, okay? So what I'd say to the protesters is, by all means, protest peacefully, but make this about ideas. Make this about disagreement with our policy. Don't use your protest as a justification or an encouragement for people to go and incite violence and participate in violence against our law enforcement officials. To the people on the ground in Minneapolis, meaning the local officials in Minneapolis from Tim Walz on down, I'd say, look, why can't you just disagree with a given piece of immigration policy without turning law enforcement into the enemy? And think about, for example, a criminal law, where a police officer goes and arrests somebody because they violated a criminal law. If you're mad about that, go and protest the politician who passed that law. Don't attack the police officer who's just doing their job. We had a wide open border under Joe Biden. I happen to think it's a good thing the President of the United States has closed it down. If you think that's a bad idea, criticize this administration for a policy decision. Don't attack our people for enforcing the law, because I guarantee you go to ICE, there are black people and white people, there are Democrats and Republicans, they are patriotic Americans who are trying to enforce the law. Attack me, lay off of our ICE agents. Yeah, in the blue, all the way, yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice President. You've called on Tim Walz to resign. Can you lay out the case as to why he should step down?
Well, look, I think Tim Walz should resign because it's very clear either that he knew about the fraud in Minneapolis, he knew about the welfare fraud, or at the very least he looked the other way. I mean, this is not this is not like Lex Luthor, right? This is not movie villain fraud. This is the lowest IQ possible fraud. This is, we're going to take the absence of kids and set up a daycare center where there are no children, and we're going to call our early childhood education center the Quality Leering Center. By the way, if you can't spell learning, maybe you shouldn't be in early childhood education. But people got rich off of this. We know that there were schools who either had no enrollment or at least they overstated their enrollment. Tim Walz, either it was unbelievable incompetence or he was in on the fraud. That's one of the things we're going to get to the bottom of. Sir.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Can you explain the difference between this Associate Attorney General and a special counsel? And do you envision this being a permanent position or having more of a limited scope?
Well, it's going to be permanent until we get to the bottom of what's going on, so I think it's going to last for at least the remainder of the administration. What's different about it from a special counsel is, if you remember, the Jack Smith case where the special counsel was found unconstitutional, one of the big issues there is that that person was not an appointed person, completely aside from all the other issues that the person was a lunatic and that the case had no merit. There was a fundamental constitutional issue, which is that he had not been appointed by the president and he had not been confirmed by the United States Senate. An assistant attorney general, what that's going to allow us to do is appoint this person, have them confirmed by the Senate. That's one difference. The more substantive difference is that this person is going to be part of a very broad interagency White House that's being led from the President of the United States on down. And that's going to give him the resources, the access to material and information to make this person more effective. I think a lot of people have asked, how are you really going to get to the heart of the fraud? We've been asking ourselves that question for the past couple of months, and we think this is the critical piece at the Department of Justice to really ramp this fraud investigation into high gear. In the red tie, yeah.
Vice President Vance, I wanted to ask, what's your message to far leftist agitators who feel emboldened to obstruct ICE activity in Minnesota and around the country?
Well, I think they shouldn't feel emboldened because now they have an assistant attorney general who is going to prosecute and investigate their fraud and their violence more aggressively than it has ever been investigated in the United States of America. We are doing so much to try to find the financing networks and the domestic terrorism networks that legitimate this violence, that fund this violence, and that, of course, engage in the violence. These people should not feel emboldened because they have, for the first time, maybe in American history, an administration that is not going to tolerate political violence of any kind from anywhere. Yeah.
We made clear today that the entire weight of the federal government is behind these ICE agents and this ICE agent in particular. There is still a federal investigation happening on the ground. Does that mean that they are not looking into this ICE agent at all? They are just focused on the woman who was in the car? What is the investigation if the federal government has already determined that its weight is behind this ICE investigation?
So what do you mean, when you say investigation, do you mean investigation of the shooting yesterday or of the fraud that's happening in Minneapolis?
Yesterday.
Okay, look, DHS, as I understand it, has an investigation already ongoing. I know that other organs of our government are looking at this. So yes, there's certainly an investigation that's happening right now. But as part of the broader fraud investigation, a lot of what we're doing with the Department of Justice has already started. We've got over 1,500 subpoenas. We've got people this morning, actually. We're going door to door to actually knock on some of these fraudulent care centers, these fraudulent social services organizations to get to the bottom of what's going on there. So the investigation in some ways has already been ramping up into the anti-fraud element for at least a few weeks. What we're trying to do is supercharge it and make sure there's a designated person within the Department of Justice who completely controls that particular focus.
Yeah. Just to follow up on that, Mr. Vice President, on the agent, is he still on duty or has he been placed on leave, on administrative leave? And what really was the target of the operation on Wednesday? Of the ICE operation on Wednesday?
Well, first of all, it was a legitimate law enforcement operation. We were going door to door to try to find criminal illegal aliens and deport them from the United States of America, because if you come to our country illegally in violation of our immigration laws, then we have the mandate, and in fact, we have the legal duty to enforce those immigration laws. Whether he's been placed on administrative leave, I don't know the answer to that question. I'd refer it to the Department of Homeland Security, and they can follow up. I will say, look, I would appreciate everybody saying a prayer for that agent. Look, in the past 6 months, he has been hit twice by a motor vehicle. One time, the first time, it led to over 30 stitches and very serious injuries to his legs. This is a guy who's actually done a very, very important job for the United States of America. He's been assaulted, he's been attacked, he's been injured because of it. He deserves a debt of gratitude, and I think the media prejudging and talking about this guy as if he's a murderer is one of the most disgraceful things I've ever seen from the American media. Yeah.
Vice President, what is your specific role in the future of Venezuela? And I'm wondering, could you confirm reports that the Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard was kept out of the planning for the operations because of her past concerns about military involvement in Venezuela?
So I've heard a couple of things. One, that I was kept out of the planning for the Venezuela operation, that's false. And another, that Tulsi was kept out of the planning for Venezuela operations, that's completely false. Look, we're all part of the same team. And one of the things that is really amazing about that operation is that we kept it very tight to the senior cabinet level officials and related officials in our government. And we kept this operation secret for a very long time. I'm very proud of that. I think it suggests that the team works very well together. Well, looking ahead, what is my role? Look, my role is going to be whatever the president asks me to do. Well, every single, or I should say every other day, I'm chairing the meeting that we do on this among White House principals to talk about next steps to try to ensure that Venezuela is stable. And as the president has directed us to do, to ensure that the new Venezuelan government actually listens to the United States and does what the United States needs it to do under our country's best interest. So I'm going to be as involved as the president wants me to be. So far, that's been very involved. And I'll keep on doing that so long as the president asks me to do it. In the purple.
Yes.
Even
Mr.
beyond the war powers
Sorry,
resolution.
we'll go purple and then we'll go pink or whatever that is in front.
Royal purple. And then beige. All right.
Okay.
Are there any indications, you talked about the network, are there any indications that the lady who was shot, I know there are different reports from there, her wife said they were new to the area. Are there any indications she may have been a paid agitator, and maybe that there are others that were brought to the area, considering everything that's going on in Minneapolis?
I wouldn't say that she was paid. I don't have the evidence to say that one way or the other. What I do know is that she was violating the law. And if you just look at the eyewitness accounts, they were saying she was there to prevent the enforcement of the law. She was trying to obstruct a legitimate law enforcement operation. That much is obviously clear. The rest of it, of course, is part of the reason why we investigate this stuff. Yeah.
Mr. Vice President, even beyond the war powers resolution today, Congress has bucked President Trump on issues like tariffs. Are you concerned that President Trump is losing his grip on Republicans in the Congress, and what are you going to do about it?
No, I'm not concerned at all. First of all, we talked to some of the senators who were going to vote the wrong way, in my view, on this resolution today. Much of their argument was based more on a legal technicality than any disagreement in policy. If you look at the people who actually voted, every single one of them have supported the administration's plan. Second of all, as the president, I believe himself, has already said, every president, Democrat or Republican, believes the War Powers Act is fundamentally a fake and unconstitutional law. It's not going to change anything about how we conduct foreign policy over the next couple of weeks, the next couple of months, and that'll continue to be how we approach things. Go ahead.
President. So we are seeing, regarding Iran, we are seeing the protests in Iran these days. The cities are begging for help from the U.S. and Israel, naming streets in the city after President Trump. It seems there is an opportunity here that may not come again. Will the United States stand by the citizens of Iran? And if Israel decides to strike again the nuclear sites in Iran, is the U.S. expected to take part?
Well, look, we certainly stand by anybody who's engaged in peaceful protest, anybody who's trying to exert their rights for free association and to have their voices heard. Obviously, the Iranian regime has a lot of problems, and as the President of the United States has said, the smartest thing for them to have done, it was true 2 months ago, it's true today, is for them to actually have a real negotiation with the United States about what we need to see when it comes to their nuclear program. I'll let the President speak to what we're going to do in the future, but we certainly stand with anybody across the world, including the Iranian people who are advocating for their rights. I'll take just a couple more questions. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. Concerning Venezuela, how would you assure the Caribbean region that they will remain a zone of peace? Because some member states in the region are concerned.
Well, look, the president had a very productive phone call with the president of Colombia yesterday, and we continue to talk at all levels of government with a number of our friends in the Caribbean region. I actually think this is really good for peace in the Caribbean, because when you take away a major source of illegal cartel revenue, which is the cocaine trade, the fentanyl trade, other sources of illicit revenue, you actually remove the power of one of the main destabilizing forces in Latin America and in the Caribbean. I really do think, look, we say it all the time, this is the president of peace. One of the ways that you establish peace in your own hemisphere is to make it clear that the United States is going to be respected, that the United States is willing to take power away from criminal cartel organizations and give it to legitimate governments. That's how we see the future of the Western Hemisphere, and we think it's going to be much more peaceful than it was certainly under Joe Biden. I'll take one more question. Go ahead.
Mr. Vice President, thank you. On Greenland, do you have a message for European leaders? Many in Europe reject the idea that the island could be for sale.
Well, First of all, Secretary Rubio, I believe, is meeting with the leaders of Denmark and Greenland next week, I want to say it is, but maybe it's the week after that. We'll continue to deliver some of these messages in private, some of them in public, but I guess my advice to European leaders and anybody else would be to take the President of the United States seriously. What has he said about Greenland? Set to the side the crazy overreactions that I've seen from the press and from certain people in Europe. What has the President said? Number one, Greenland is really important, not just to America's missile defense, but to the world's missile defense. Number two, we know that there are hostile adversaries that have shown a lot of interest in that particular territory, that particular slice of the world. So what we're asking our European friends to do is to take the security of that landmass more seriously, because if they're not, the United States is going to have to do something about it. What that is, I'll leave that to the President as we continue to engage in diplomacy with our European friends and everybody on this particular topic. And again, thank you all for listening. Thanks for taking questions. And I just ask you, look, this is politics, and often Republicans and get in arguments with the press about things, and I understand that. I think it's really irresponsible for you guys to go out there and imply or tell the American people that a guy who defended himself from being rammed by an automobile is guilty of murder. Be a little bit more careful. We're going to talk about toning down the temperature, which I know the President wants to do, and I certainly want to do. One of the ways we tone down the temperature is to have a media that tells the truth. I encourage you all to do that. God bless you.
Fantastic. Now, for all of you guys are on the chat talking crap, the reason why your comments are removed is because you're full of shit. That's number one. Now, if you want to say something, let's go ahead and talk about it. Let's talk about it now that we have time. Okay? Let's call it what it is. All right, so you guys say, watch the video. I watched the video. I like to think that I am a fair man. And I have been warning people, and I have been saying this over and over and over again. These people are going to get hurt. Somebody is going to get shot. I blame 100% Democrats. I don't care if you like Trump. I don't care if you don't like us. I don't care. The truth is, when you say F the police, F ICE, what are you really saying? What you're really saying is, I am not going to abide by the law. What you're really saying is, I'm going to fight them. Now, I don't care about your opinion, because you know why? Because you guys defend criminals. She has been following them. She was leading other people that were obstructing justice. Now, for some of you that say, oh, he moved out of the way, she could have just gone straight. No. Are you dumb? It's ice. Literally on the ground, ice, snow. How is she going to go straight? Of course she has to turn. That was not to avoid him. Those tires were spinning, and it's not because of the ice. She backed up without even knowing if there was an ICE agent in the back. She didn't care. What if for some reason somebody let their child out of their house and that child was standing behind the car and she killed that child? The whole point of this is for you to have learned a lesson. I am surprised it hasn't happened more often. How many times do I see ICE agents being hit with water bottles, with rocks, with sticks? Let's not forget how many windshields they have broken. They've broken the back of the vehicles of the federal agents, and nothing happened to them. This was bound to happen. She asked for it. Don't make excuses for your criminality. You guys are all guilty. You dumb-ass people. Go over there. You don't protest. That's not protesting. You're obstructing agents from doing their job. Let's not forget that they are Americans. They are hired to protect us. That doesn't mean that we're going to go over there and incite violence against them. That doesn't mean that because we got the right to protest, we're going to go over there and start to run people over with our cars. That's not how it works. So all you people in here that come in here saying lies, lies, shut the hell up. Because you guys are always lying. You hear, who the hell in government, specifically a governor or a mayor, who the hell goes out there and say F ICE? Who says F the police? And when something happens, oh, call the police. You guys are hypocrites. Talk about lies. You guys are liars. You have no room to say lies from anybody. No liar. I'm going to call you out as you mentioned it. Wilbur, you're a liar. Laid off. Laid off milkman. Well, that makes sense. You're a liar. All right. If I made you a moderator, if I made you a moderator, sorry, go ahead and get rid of every libtard on the chat so that we can have a conversation. I don't care if we go down to 50 people. Get rid of the libtards on the chat. It's time that we start speaking some facts uninterrupted. Let me see. If you guys need more help, let me know. And what I want you to do is do me a favor. Do this. So I want you to do this. So I'm going to go ahead and put Wilbur in timeout for being a jackass. We're going to give him 10 minutes. We're not going to be completely mean. We'll put him in timeout. And then we're going to go ahead and label them a libtard. Like so. There you go. Okay? Give them a little medal for their stupidity. We watched the video. The guy gets hit on the leg. He starts limping. He walks off the pain. Just because he didn't get a broken leg, just because he didn't die, it doesn't mean that the attempted murder, running an officer with the car, it's okay. Nothing, it's okay. You got your freedom of speech, but there's consequences if you don't use it correctly. That's right. There is rules. He got hit. I saw the video many times. I zoomed in. I slowed it down 4 times. He got hit. He limped. And then he walked off the pain. That's how it works. You know, I'm sick of people that are over there complaining when their parents discipline their children for misbehaving, and their children are causing chaos all over the stores, on the streets. These children call their mother the B word. These children are out there cussing their parents out. The day my kids cuss me out, they are losing their teeth. That's how it works. You got to teach discipline. You got to love your children, but you got to teach them discipline. Otherwise, this is what we get. We get a bunch of libtards. We get libtards that become retards because they don't know how to fend for themselves in the world. They become dominated by lies, by stupidity. You can point them out. Every single one of them says, I want to be different. I want to be different. And what do? They go color their hair green and blue and red and orange. Every single one of them. I want to be different. And then piercing all over their nose, their lips, their eyebrows, everything. But they want to be different. You got the Gothic people. Oh, we want to be different. No, bitch. You guys are being the same as the other morons. How about you become more civilized, more educated, more respect for the law? How about you look out for other people in your community instead of selling drugs, instead of dealing drugs? Why don't you do that? That's what you're supposed to do for your country. We got socialist Democrats out there allowing criminals to go rampant. That's it. They don't care. And you people, if you want to come in here and you want to get the respect of other Americans, have some common sense. Don't be stupid. Don't be stupid. We watch all the videos of all you libtards out there thinking that you are the law. You are not the law. You're a citizen just like me. And federal agents, ICE agents, they are the law. The reason why you don't see that is because of your stupid-ass governors and mayors. You're Democrat, by the way, mayors and governors. Fake-ass people like the mayor from Minneapolis and Governor Tampon Tim. Dumb-ass people. And what I can't believe is how many millions of you retards are out there. It is unbelievable. You guys are like a bunch of Judases. For a few coins, you go out there and betray your country, your nation, and your countrymen. You go out there and protest. You don't even know what the hell you're doing, but you're getting the money, so you get out there and do it. That's not being an American. You guys are traitors. And you got the nerves to come into our chat and tell us that we're lying? When all we ask is respect the law, put American life first? Come on, man. We bring, what do you expect when we're talking about fraud by Somalis? What do you expect? Where did we get them from? Let's get to the root of the cause. Where did we get them from? Why do we have immigration laws? We have immigration laws because what we want in this country is the best of the best, not the garbage of the world. It's not being racist against Somalis. It's not being racist against illegal immigrants. We have a law in this country, and what the hell is the law for if we don't enforce it? You bring hundreds of thousands of people from a third world country where they're pirates, where they're evil, they're scammers, they're fraudulent, they're liars, disrespectful. They call themselves a Muslim, peaceful religion, but they're not. They're Muslim infidels, if you want to talk about Muslims. I don't care what they do. I don't care if they sleep with their sisters and their brothers and their cousins. I don't care. When you come to this country, you assimilate to our rules and our law. If you don't like it, shut the hell up and get out of our country. It's very simple. Now you say, well, hey, why are you yelling? Because I'm pissed off. You know why? Because the American people don't deserve the shit that you are throwing at them. We see it every single day. Every single day. The ICE goes out there to get these criminal aliens off the streets. And you guys go out there and get in front of vehicles and start throwing rocks at them. You think we forget, bro? You could have killed people. You don't come over here and sound all righteous. Oh my God, they killed this woman. Shut the hell up. Because you don't care about American lives. ICE agents are Americans. They are our people. I say this over and over. Your rights don't trump my rights. Your citizenship is no better than my citizenship. So I don't give a shit what you think. If it doesn't piss you off that people are breaking the law, that people are becoming more criminals by the day, if it doesn't piss you off, what the hell good are you for this country? Get the hell out. Go live in Gaza. Go live in Iran. Why don't you go try living in Venezuela? See how much you like to work a whole month so you can buy a 12-pack of eggs. Go to Venezuela. Go live over there. Go find out how beautiful it is to live under a dictator. You call President Trump a dictator, you don't even know what the hell that is. You dumbass white guilt Americans are out there protesting, communists of America protesting against this tragedy that Trump is committing. Are you serious? You should all be beyond pissed off by now. I'm going to tell you, man, I am very surprised. I really am very surprised of how patient Americans really are. Because if it wasn't because they are good people, because they have good morals, you libtards would not be alive today. Take that as you want. I don't care. If you want to prove me wrong with facts, with actions. Bro, what the hell are you doing? Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. What do you want? Do you want this country to prosper? Do you want this country to be free, to be strong? I know what I saw. And if you guys don't like what we say, if you don't support our president, I don't care. What I want in my channel is I want patriots that actually give a damn about this country. That's what I want. Everybody else, get the hell out of my chat. You don't get to be entertained by me today. Get the hell out of my chat. No, I am not going to take this shit anymore. You know why? Because we stay quiet long enough. When you go over there and tell these people that it's okay to ram officers with their vehicles, I got no respect for you. None whatsoever. Because you are the problem on this country. Let me tell you why else it pisses me off. Because if these people, God forbid, if these people do the same thing to my children, I will take them out. You guys are so selfish. You think that you're the only ones that deserve to live in this country. Well, F you. If they don't respect our federal agents, they're not going to respect me. And if they're not going to respect me, they're not going to respect my children. And I see you libtards out there with your babies in your hand protesting ICE. What the hell are you doing? At some point, you got to ask yourself, wait a minute, before I go in here and do this stupid thing here, am I doing the right thing? Am I doing the right thing? Question yourself. Oh my God, this toddler, this maybe 1, 2 years old, over there getting squeezed between police officers and protesters. There was a lady that went to protest on the middle of the street. Her child was gone. She even called it out on the video and said, oh my God, I lost my daughter there for a second, but thankfully one of our neighbors grabbed her and brought her to me. Are you kidding me? This is you libtards' mind. This is why we call you guys retarded. I don't think you know what cold blood means. This lady decided to follow them. She wasn't there by chance. She decided to follow them. On top of that, she was leading others doing the same thing as she was. They told her to get out of the car multiple times. Of course she's not going to want to get out of the car. She knows she's going to get arrested. Survival instinct. But you know what? She should have never put herself in that situation. And I'm going to tell you something. When I see people, there's been a lot more people that have been doing this. I'm like, why don't they shoot them? Why don't these people get shot that are throwing rocks at the vehicles? Why don't they get out and just shoot somebody? You know why? Because they respect the law. They have been giving you guys a chance over and over and over. And I'm going to tell you that for a group of agents that gets violence to come upon them, over 3,000% violence has been given and committed against federal ICE agents. I am surprised that other people haven't been shot. You say I don't care about Americans? Let's say there you go, carnage. See, that's the kind of assholes that I don't want. See, they don't care about Americans. I do. I love Americans. You know why? Because I love this country. And I may not love the law, but I agree with it because it brings order. So if you're going to put your life on the line for a criminal illegal immigrant, there you go. There you go. You guys are idiots. You guys are idiots for supporting criminals. Stupid people. Unbelievable. It is unbelievable that today and age we had to fight Americans. And it's not the majority. It's not the majority. Bryce William, get out of my chat, bro. Get out of my chat. Get the hell out. I'm going to go ahead and get off the topic. I want to talk about Venezuela. Thank you, Joseph. Appreciate you, brother. You want to block me? Oh, don't worry. You'll never come back to my channel. Bye, Felicia. Get the hell out of here. Go support your Russian country. This is American land. Venezuela was celebrating President Trump's taking out Nicolas Maduro. Well, now they are actually kind of pissed off because, you see, they expected a complete removal of the regime. Again, we're going to blame the libtards on the left. Go on and get. That's right, Job. You tell him. What? Tell him, Ayo. Go on and get. So now they're pissed off. So here's the problem. So Democrats are out there saying, oh, you know what? President Donald Trump is trying to tell Venezuela how to run a great country, but he don't even know how to run his own country. Whose fault is that? What are Democrats doing to get rid of criminality in this country? Nothing. They are actually supporting it. They're telling their constituents in their cities and their states to go and protest. But they don't tell them you cannot obstruct ICE agents. They are so horrible, and they are hoping that we just go and kill each other. This is what the Democrats want. They are so hopeful that we go and kill each other. You know how I know? Because they don't even send the police officers to go up there and watch what ICE agents are doing. I find it very interesting that the police officers don't know where ICE is going to be, but you're going to tell me that you and I can figure out where they're going to be? Not where they are, where they're going to be? Excuses. Dirty money, that's a theory that I might agree with you on, but it's just a theory. We don't know that because CIA lies to us, and we know this. So, where do we go with the information? So, if we go and try to help another country, the Democrats want to blame us for the crime on our cities and our states. Thank you, Hoopty. God bless America, the patriots, and save the lives from themselves. Praise God. Amen, brother. How can we move forward? How can we make this country better? They hate the fact that we say make America great again. They hate it. And when they see that we are accomplishing that, they poop on it. They create more criminality. They release more criminals on the street. And when they go and rape and kill and murder and do all these things, they say President Trump. Yeah, President Trump's fault. Do you know what devalues property? Do you know what devalues property? In a city, in a small town, do you know what devalues property? See, you retards don't know that. Crime. Crime destroys the value of your land and your property. Look at these crime-infested towns. Homes by the hundreds, falling apart, boarded up, shot up. They blame President Trump. And what are Democrats doing? This is their cities. Look at California. I don't care. SoCal loves his governor over there in California. But why don't you tell me how South Central lives? Why don't you go ahead and show me the nice houses that all the poor folks have? Why don't you go ahead and tell me about how there's no crime in LA? Why don't you go ahead and tell me that there is no crime robbing trains with thousands and thousands of packages being stolen from Amazon? And you're so proud of your state. You're so proud of LA. You're so proud of Hollywood. Ghettowood is what that is. You're so proud of your cities and your state, and yet you have homelessness multiplied by the hundreds of thousands now. And you're proud of your stupid Newscoms governor. You retards are so dumb that you are willing to actually vote this garbage in for president? Are you kidding me? Tell me, who are we to blame for the crimes in our city? Let me tell you something. Washington, D.C. was horrible with crime. President Donald Trump brought the National Guard not to bring martial law, but to help against criminals, not American citizens. What happened to crime? Huh? That's right. The chief of police had to retire. She quit. She resigned. Why? Because she got caught altering the numbers. And here we are. Sure, go ahead and blame the one that stands for the law, moron. It's not even that hard. The problem is that Democrats like to release criminals. You know, if they actually enforce the law, those criminals will not be repeated offenders. For Pete's sakes, the guy that killed the Ukrainian girl 15 times. Repeated criminal offender. All the people in D.C. that were committing the crime, the same people. It's not hundreds of thousands of people. It's the illegals and the minority who are the criminals who keep getting released to keep doing their crimes. It happens on every blue city and state. So before you come into our chat bragging about the midterms, bragging how the big blue wave is coming, shut the hell up. You are destroying your cities and you don't care. You are destroying your states and you don't care. You're destroying your country and you don't care. You don't like to hear the truth. Jay, you are Somali. You don't give a shit about this country. So shut the hell up. All Democrats can say, oh, January 6th, that was your best lie. That was the best Democrat setup and the best coup. That's right. We get blamed for January 6th, but let's not forget that President Trump offered 10,000 National Guard to protect them. But they didn't want it. You know why? Because that would have stopped their setup. Come on, man. How stupid are you guys? We've seen the videos, man. They arrest, fake arrest, bring him in the building and then uncuff them and high-five them. What the hell is that about? Tell me that that was okay. Tell me that you see that. SoCal, shut the hell up. Not today. I'm sick and tired of you morons. Sick and tired of you guys making excuses for your criminality. F you and your dumbass governor in California. Tim Walz, this son of a gun, he complains with the Democrats. The President Donald Trump is bringing the National Guard. Oh, how dare he do that against our citizens. This guy is evil. Shut the hell up. Now he's going to bring the National Guard against our federal agents who are actually there doing their job to protect us? Put SoCal in timeout for 30 minutes. Put him in the corner. Give him the crowning of the libtard. When are you going to learn? I don't care how leftist you think you are. I'll do it. Moderators are too slow. I'm always scared to give Robert the baton, but I think today we're going to go ahead and give you access, bro. I need a hound dog to get rid of these idiots. All right. 45-47. Get rid of these suckers. Let's just keep all only patriots in the chat. Everybody, get the hell out of my chat if you're not with us. Everybody, just go. Thank you for stopping by. Get the hell out of my chat. Get them out of here. Get them all out of here. Put everybody in timeout for 24 hours. Get them out of here. You know, the Biden administration, and we said this many times, but we said this yesterday, put a $25 million bounty on Nicolas Maduro. President Trump said, thank you, Joseph, for the super chat, bro. Dennis Herrera from California. No. Washington State, my friend. Washington State. One step at a time, brother. One step at a time. We are not stupid. We know that a crime has been committed. We go and we put that person in jail. Democrats, they protest and get the criminal out of jail. We're going to go ahead and listen. And I want you to look at this. I want you to look at this. These are the people that you retards are protesting for. Rapists, murderers. Look at this guy. Oh, look at that young guy. He looks so innocent. Look at that. We're racist. They're so innocent. Robbery. Stolen property. Grand larceny. No license to drive. Dominican Republic, a felony of rape, sexual abuse, strangulation, forcibly touching, possession of forged instrument. And you tards are protesting for them. 37-year-old American woman got shot and killed because of your irresponsibility. You are guilty of that. All of you who believe that you have the right to protest and you don't know what the hell that means, if you don't know what that means, ask somebody. Ask somebody. Freedom of speech, by all means, use it. Use it responsibly. Know when to speak. If you come in here and you want to tell us something, go for it. But just because you have freedom of speech, it doesn't mean that we're not going to kick you out or block you. If you really want to use your freedom of speech, speak freely. But give me something constructive. Not just come over here and say, oh, pedophiles, oh, you guys worship Trump. Shut the hell up. That's not how you make a conversation. People come into my chat and the first thing they do is start cussing at us. Like, seriously. At least have the decency of saying, hey, good morning, people. How are you? Give a little icebreaker. Hi, everybody on the chat. God bless you. Or whatever you want to say nice. And then listen. Listen to what we're talking about. I have to put Brian 898 on timeout. Why? Yesterday I'm talking about Venezuela. And I said, call me, call the number. If you have a question about Venezuela, if you don't agree with what Trump did, tell me how you would have done it and why. Guy calls me in. Let's talk about ICE. They shot somebody. Well, I don't know about that. Stay on topic. If my channel is not interesting to you at that moment, go somewhere else. Stay on topic so that we can dialogue. We can't tell everything all at once. I am not that guy. Everybody likes to go out and just say, oh, breaking news, guys. We gotta talk about this. And then say all this stuff. No. I'd rather be late on giving you the news, but before I say something, I want to make sure that I know what I'm talking about. You guys jump on the wagon. Thank you, Ono. Good morning, my friend. We're doing good. But telling the truth is a sword of two sides that cut, and people don't like the truth. They call me and tell me that we're the liars. How is it that we are the liars when we point out that if the people would have not allowed illegal immigrants to come into this country by massive numbers, which actually is an invasion, how are we responsible for sending them back and kicking them out of the country? How does that make us the bad people? How does that make us the monsters? Do you see what I'm saying? You can't go like this Democrats. This is the way you guys think. These retards, they think this way. These two young teenagers go into a house to rob an old lady. This old lady, she had bigger balls than they did. And they kicked in the door, they broke in there, and she just said, pow, 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 pow. And the mother, oh my God, if you weren't trying to protect your property, my children would be alive. Shut the hell up. That's your fault. I'm going to tell you something. I would have been pissed off that my kids are dead. But I would have been more pissed off of what they were doing before they got shot dead. If my children try to cuss me out, as I know that some of you out there let your children cuss you out, they will be toothless. And let the police come and get them. They want to go to a foster home, go to a foster home. But you don't come and disrespect your father or your mother. You learn discipline and you learn some respect. I'm going to take a break. We're going to go ahead and listen. Molly, absolutely. And that's what we're going to fight. We're going to fight for that. We're going to fight.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. I'm Christine. Rob them. City that brought us to a point where we recognized that we had to work together in order to bring illegal criminal aliens to justice. Nearly 6 months ago, 2 criminal illegal aliens attacked an off-duty Customs and Border Protection agent and his friend while they were sitting on a rock in a park. After hours, enjoying the evening together, these 2 criminals came and attempted to rob them, and it ended up where they bravely fought back. This officer defended himself and his friend, but not before being shot in the face and in the arm by one of these criminals. Immediately after, the men and women of the Homeland Security investigations worked with NYPD, leading to the arrest of that gunman in just 2 hours. Within 28 hours, the second assailant was arrested as well, and those individuals have been brought to justice. But those individuals would have never been in this country if they hadn't been allowed in by the Biden administration when they ignored our federal laws and allowed them to come in illegally. Now, the officer that was injured doesn't seek public attention. He wishes to remain anonymous, but he had a distinguished career and a legacy of service and continues to do so. But his life was forever altered by this heinous crime.
Before you say she's lying, I watched the news, and I remember that. They were, I believe it was at a beach. I believe that. And this is the reason why they cover their faces. Because morons and idiots like the libtards that are doxing them, they don't know the cartel wants ICE dead. Because ICE is disrupting the cartel drugs movement. You know, people don't think, man. Use your common sense, bro. Please, use your common sense. Think about what you say before you open your mouth again. Before you type something stupid on the chat, before you get blocked, before you get kicked. Think about what you say. Listen to what she says and then wait and make a comment. If you get a question for me, then you get the answer. But you listen. You guys don't listen. You guys just hear and say things right away without knowing. Now, people that are criminals like Junior here, I can understand why they talk shit about ICE. They're criminals. Bye, Felicia. But I really hope that I get more people into my channel that have common sense. I have my insecurities. I have the things that I don't like, and I will talk about it. But you got to be patient, and you got to let me know. You got to show me that you have common sense.
Attackers never should have been in this country, and they've been protected and were protected up until that point by sanctuary city policies. In fact, they had long criminal rap sheets and were released by the Biden administration and continued to be released by leaders in this city to perpetuate crimes against the citizens that live here. During our investigation, we learned that these scumbags were affiliated with the transnational criminal organization, the notorious Trinitaris gang in New York. We began to target every single last person that is affiliated with them and recognized that they needed to be brought to justice. The American people deserve dignity, they deserve justice, and we deliver both. So we launched Operation Salvo here in New York City. Operation Salvo was a cooperation of the resources of CBP, HSI, ERO, and also the federal prosecutors from the Southern District of New York. The New York County District Attorney's Office also participated in this operation. We've arrested 54 individuals as a part of Operation Salvo since its inception just a few months ago. Those arrested are violent transnational gang members and affiliates associated with Trinitarios who are responsible for weapons trafficking, for human smuggling, for narcotics distribution, and for armed robberies. They had perpetuated previous violent attacks across the city of New York City. We have already removed not only many of these individuals that we have arrested, but over 60% of them have been returned back to their home countries to face justice for their crimes there as well. These arrests and these removals represent a significant blow to the criminal network that has been terrorizing communities right here in New York City and throughout the United States. And that's our message to this administration, to this city, to the state, and to the United States, is that President Trump and his law enforcement officers that are entrusted to protect the American people will every day continue to keep America safe. Operation Salvo is just the beginning of a broader and a much more sustained effort to go after not only transnational criminal organizations and networks, but also illegal criminal aliens throughout the country. We are on offense. The Trump administration is using every single tool that we have to protect the American people. Sanctuary policies, whether they're here in New York City, whether they're in California, Illinois, or Minneapolis, if you are a criminal illegal alien, we are coming to get you. We will arrest you. We will bring justice, and we will also bring safety to the American people. We are warning anyone, if you think you can harm an individual, a citizen of the United States, or a law enforcement officer, we will find you and bring you to justice.
That's right.
If you lay a finger on one of our officers, we will catch you, we will prosecute you, and you will feel the full extent of the law. In every single thing the Trump administration does, we put the American people first. Operation Salvo has proven that by taking 54 dangerous individuals off of our streets and protecting the people who live here in this city. Now, also, thanks to President Trump, we have 2.6 million people who have left our country who shouldn't have been here in the first place. They were here illegally, and over 650,000 of them were arrested, detained, and deported back to their home countries. 2 million of them left voluntarily.
By working with our partners, realizing that these individuals were affiliated to the Trinitarios gang. And when we realized that, then we did what CBP and our partners do best. Get at the root cause of the problem. Go after these transnational criminal organizations by getting at their networks. And each and every day we would pick off one or two. And with our partners, with ICE, with ERO, with HSI, we used our mapping techniques, looking at individuals with criminal records, arrest warrants, removal orders, and again, picking them off one by one. We could not have done it without them, and it was an amazing success. We looked at businesses, residences, and community hubs that were harboring these individuals. The results speak for themselves. More than 50 arrests as a result of our efforts, all because of the partnership and the work that we did together. It was truly remarkable, and a sign that we will.
Let me change this real quick. No, it should be the same, I think.
Not sit on the sidelines. We will always be there to protect this city. I want to thank, first and foremost, the Secretary, again, our Commissioner, our Assistant Commissioner, the Office of Field Operations, our Special Response Team operators, our task force officers, our Border Security Team, our Field Analysis and Intelligence units, under the leadership of George Pasiakos, Mike Firing, Dave Campos, and Carmine Borges, who did an incredible job of protecting this city and making sure that a Saturday night in the park is safe. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I'm now going to turn it over to ICRO Director Ken Gianallo. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. How you doing? My name's Ken Gianello. I am the Field Office Director for ICE Enforcement Removal Operations, New York City. I first want to thank Secretary Noem for traveling to the city today and for our continued and unwavering support of our brave law enforcement officers. We are here today because of the abject failure of the New York City bail reform laws and sanctuary city policies. The tragic shooting of this heroic CBP officer was entirely preventable and is a direct result of those policies. What makes this case particularly egregious is both of these violent criminals had been in NYPD custody on multiple occasions. However, due to these sanctuary city policies and the politicians that prioritize politics over public safety, these criminal illegal aliens were repeatedly released onto New York City's streets to harm this brave officer. ERO New York City is proud to partner with CBP and HSI in this joint initiative to not only locate and arrest the two criminal aliens responsible for the shooting, but also to identify, locate, and apprehend their Trinitario associates. Ruthless gang members who engage in illicit activity and terrorize law-abiding New Yorkers. Together, we have arrested over 50 criminal aliens, many with felony convictions, including weapons offenses, drug offenses, robbery, assault, rape, sexual abuse, burglary, and larceny. Approximately 30 of those have already been removed from the United States, while the remaining are in ERO custody at this time. Communities with sanctuary policies suffer the most harm from criminal aliens. When local police release dangerous aliens into the community, they often reoffend in the same community that they are released in. And also, they stay in sanctuary city areas. In this case, the shooter demonstrates he would travel to another sanctuary city jurisdiction, which was in Massachusetts, where he had an outstanding criminal warrant for armed robbery. So to further their criminality without fear of consequences or repercussions, they will travel to sanctuary city jurisdictions, basically hiding in plain sight. They provide safe haven for criminal aliens. The lack of cooperation is unprecedented across the law enforcement spectrum, and rather than the city's stated purpose to protect the immigrants in New York and the citizens of New York City, these misguided policies allow criminals to roam freely in our city, in our country, subjecting New Yorkers and all Americans to unnecessary harm, which includes an off-duty CBP officer just trying to enjoy his Saturday evening in our great city. ICE will continue to uphold the mission to protect the city's residents by holding alien offenders accountable. New Yorkers should not have to worry about violent criminals roaming their neighborhoods because the local systems failed them. We always stand ready to work with our local law enforcement partners without condition and sincerely look forward to reestablishing mutually beneficial path forward for the safety of all New Yorkers to ensure preventable tragedies like this never have to occur again. Thank you. I will now introduce you to the Special Agent in Charge for Homeland Security Investigations for New York, Mr. Ricky Patel.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Thank you, Frank. Thank you, Ken. Good morning. As you just heard, my name is Ricky Patel. I'm the Special Agent in Charge for Homeland Security Investigations, HSI, here in New York City. It is an honor to join my esteemed colleagues today to say, when our partners call, we answer. No hesitation, no delay. That's the commitment HSI New York brings to every threat against our law enforcement family and to our great city. From the very first moments following the July shooting of our CBP partner, HSI agents alongside local, state, and federal counterparts worked relentlessly, day and night, to track those responsible. HSI personnel, in coordination with our local partners, apprehended the accused gunman within 2 hours of the shooting. We swiftly identified his alleged accomplice, whom we arrested shortly thereafter. In the days, weeks, and months that followed, together with law enforcement, we pursued every known associate of this violent migrant gang crew. We pored over every piece of evidence, followed every lead, and made it clear an attack on one of us is an attack on all of us. Our unity is our strength, and we will never let criminals divide us. Our investigation led to the capture of individuals tied to violent transnational gangs, including associates of the Trinitarios gang that are responsible for weapons trafficking, human smuggling, narcotics distribution, armed robberies, and repeated violent attacks across the Big Apple. Their arrests deliver a major blow to criminal networks that have preyed on our New York City neighborhoods for far too long. This was only possible because of the unwielding and unwavering collaboration between DHS partners and those from the Southern District of New York, the Manhattan District's Attorney's Office, and the law enforcement partners from all levels. Investigative methods and interviews were conducted. We identified additional conspirators and expanded our reach. I am proud to say that the main targets and dozens of their associates have been taken off of our streets. But our work isn't finished. We will continue to leverage every resource, whether it's local, state, or federal, to root out anyone connected to this conspiracy and this violent gang. Leadership and teamwork remain the backbone of our success. HSI's mission is clear: protect public safety and national security by investigating and arresting the most dangerous criminal elements from our communities. Every day, we use our broad authorities to enforce hundreds of federal laws, targeting transnational criminal organizations from every angle. We will not rest. We will not back down. HSI New York will continue to disrupt and dismantle criminal networks, ensuring our city and our country remain safe. Thank you, and I now turn it back over to Secretary Noem.
Well, thank you, Ricky and Frank and Ken, for all of your hard work that you do every day here in New York City, but also for the rest of our country. With that, we'll open it up to any questions that you may have.
Of the 54 people, how many had pending charges or criminal convictions? And I'm wondering, ICE's own data in New York City shows that over the last year, between January and October, 70% of the arrests that ICE did in New York City had no criminal convictions or pending charges. Should New Yorkers expect that trend to change? That's higher than the nationwide average.
If you look across the nationwide average, we have 70% of the individuals that we've arrested and detained have criminal convictions or charges against them, either in this country or other. We're continuing to do our work to bring those criminal illegal aliens to justice. And ICE will continue to get up every day and do what they can to protect New York City. I can have Frank or Ken speak to if you know how many criminal convictions of the 54 had previous to this arrest that they had. I don't know if you have those data points with you. We can get those for you, though. Exactly. The vast majority of them, though, have criminal charges against them or convictions against them as well. Yes.
Where were the 54 people from? Were they all part of the Trinitarios? And what's their immigration status?
Again, loosely affiliated to the Trinitarios. Want to make that clear. Through connections connections that we made by speaking to them, understanding who they were, where they were operating out of, and contacts that they had on their phones. Immigration status, all illegals.
So this loosely connected mean they just knew someone who was in the gang? They were not members? But
it varies. It varies a spectrum from speaking to individuals associated with the gang to just having conversations.
In October, we saw mass protests and armored vehicles rolling down Canal Street. How do we ensure that we don't see another situation like what happened yesterday here in Manhattan?
What I would encourage everyone to do, and especially your elected officials, is to bring everybody together, to talk about partnerships and start working with ICE and start working with CBP as we bring criminals to justice. And many times your policies and the rhetoric coming out of elected officials has divided people and pitted them against each other. Our job every day, and what President Trump promised to do, was to protect every single American, no matter where they lived in this country, that he was going to make sure that we weren't going to have more victims in this country. And we are going to continue to do that each and every day. And I'd encourage the leaders in this city and your governor and in other cities and states across this country to work with us rather than opposing us so that we can continue to make our streets safer. Yes, right here.
Hi.
Yeah.
This is not the only example, the one that you bring up today, of officers being attacked by alleged gang members in New York City. We also had those officers who were attacked in Times Square back in May. With these examples, has Mayor Mamdani and his administration offered to cooperate when it comes to getting criminal gang members off the streets? Because we know he is not a fan of ICE, but when it comes to criminal gangs, is there any kind of leeway that's been given that?
We're hoping the mayor will work with us to get these criminal elements and especially gang members and terrorist organizations out of New York City. I know he and the president had a productive conversation. Our communication at the Department of Homeland Security has not been productive with the mayor's office or with NYPD, but we want to continue those conversations so we can work together. Yes.
Director Russo spoke about how this operation happened discreetly under the cover of darkness, and that's how it should be, which is in contrast to what happened in Minneapolis yesterday. You said the,
What do you mean in contrast?
that
What
was
happened?
very, not very much not undercover
Because of the
practice.
protesters and the violent
Well, so
criminals
my
that were
question for
attacking
you
our
is,
law
you
enforcement.
had
If you
said-
remember in that operation,
May I-
what happened was our officers were out trying to get a car stuck out of the snow when they were surrounded and assaulted and blocked in by protesters that were inciting.
The officer was following his training.
He
I'm
did follow his
wondering,
training
does
because of an
firing two
individual
shots
that was
point blank into a driver's window, is that part of the training? How is that self-defense?
This is an experienced officer who followed his training, and we will continue to let the investigation unfold into the individual and continue to follow the procedures and policies that happen in these use of force cases. But let's remember the events that surrounded what happened yesterday on that tragic situation was that these individuals had followed our officers all day, had harassed them, had blocked them in. They were impeding our law enforcement operations, which is against the law. And when they demanded and commanded her to get out of her vehicle several times, she did not. So we'll continue to allow this process to unfold and recognize that these law enforcement officers every single day put their lives on the line. They go out and do their jobs. They go out and
Terrorists, though, without an
this was an act
investigation.
of domestic terrorism,
There
which
had
is
been no
perpetuating
investigation into who she was or what she was about, and yet now you're saying
these
you can't
policies
speak
and
about the incident
procedures that
because of
follow
the
a use of force situation like this are continuing to be put in place. So this is standard operating procedure after every use of force situation is that we follow these procedures and protocols. This
Do yourself a favor. Don't try to run over an ICE federal agent. No problem.
situation is no different. Back there. Nope, this young lady right beside you. I'll come to you next.
Thank you so much. Should we expect a surge of agents in New York City, and if so, when?
I would say that President Trump and his administration are focused on protecting people. So we will never telegraph exactly the numbers and operations that we have and where we will be focused on. But I think that when you see violent criminals that are taking advantage of American citizens and putting their lives in jeopardy, our law enforcement officers at DHS will always show up. Yes. I'll come back. I'll come back. Go ahead.
Secretary, the officer involved in the shooting yesterday, has he been suspended or is he still in the field?
The officer went to the hospital. He was hit by the vehicle, went to the hospital and received treatment, was released, and is spending time with his family now. Yes, sir?
Yes. In Minneapolis yesterday, you said the surge there would continue. While you didn't directly say whether we can expect an ICE surge for civil deportation enforcement, can you explain what a surge is and
I won't describe in detail our law enforcement operations that we have. It's just puts our officers' lives in jeopardy, but they will be there enforcing the laws of this country and upholding the public safety needs that have to happen when it comes to enforcing federal law.
Just Homeland Security investigations and
We've got thousands of officers there, and I'm not opposed to sending more if necessary to keep people safe. Back up here.
Secretary, can you talk a little bit about the experience of the officer and some of his background? How much training did he have? How much training in these types of situations did he have, even if he's from the region?
Yeah, I'm not going to get specific to this officer, but he's an experienced officer that has served a number of years, and we recognize that he acted according to his training, and we have expected all the policies and procedures of review will be exactly that he acted appropriately to protect his life and the life of his colleagues and fellow law enforcement officers that were there and people that were surrounding.
Yes. I'd like to get your reaction on some of the rhetoric here in New York City. Mayor Zohran Mamdani responded to the shooting yesterday, saying that this is only the latest horror in a year full of cruelty. He called it an attack on us all, and that New York stands with immigrants today and every day. Also, council members last night at the protest called this fascism. The New York City's public advocate, Jumaane Williams, said that your administration is, quote, doing the devil's work, and he asked New York City to stand up and show up, quote, it's going to be difficult and there are going to be casualties. And the last comment that was made last night at the protest was from New York State Representative Alex Boros, also a Democrat. Quote, not only was the ICE agent's hand on the gun, but Secretary Noem's hand was on the gun. President Trump's hand was on the gun. What is your response to New York Democratic leaders, those particular comments, and the protesters that are outside?
I would say those comments are why we're standing where we are today.
Yep.
That kind of language and that kind of provocative talk, inciting people to take action and perpetuate violence in some cases is unacceptable, and especially of elected leaders. We have a responsibility to state the facts, to go out and enforce the law. Your mayor just said in that statement that he was going to stand with illegal people who have broken our law before he's going to put New York City citizens first. His job and why he was elected was to protect the people who live here, that had the opportunity to vote for him and have the opportunity to live in this city. They pay their taxes, they go to work every day, and instead the mayor in that statement chose to stand with illegals instead of those individuals who just want the chance to raise their families in New York City and have a part of the American dream. Yes.
The head of Minnesota State Investigations Agency said that they had been cut out of the investigation into the fatal shooting in Minneapolis. Can you explain that reversal?
I'd like to know where they've been and why they're not out on the streets investigating all of these people that are harassing and inciting violence on law enforcement officers right now. They're allowing this situation to be volatile. They're not doing their work. They haven't for years, and maybe they should get to work a little bit on the unprecedented fraud that we've seen in Minnesota and in Minneapolis by people that stole from American citizens and diverted funds away from vulnerable people and programs and services that they needed and put it into their own pockets. Minnesota is a train wreck. It is corrupt, and it was under the leadership of Governor Walz and this mayor that they allowed it to happen, and they let criminals and illegals and people abuse programs and steal the money, and now they're allowing violence to go forward on the streets as well.
County sheriffs, the federal authorities at this point, they don't want.
I won't put a blanket statement out like those other individuals will. What I would say is I welcome them to come and help us. Come help us make sure that the streets are safe, that laws are enforced, and that we can do the right thing to make sure that American citizens come first. Yes, sir. They have not been cut out. They don't have any jurisdiction in this investigation. Yes, go ahead.
Could you give us some more
I'm going to speak to this individual right here.
Thank you, Secretary.
Yes.
Jay Dow from WPIX TV. How do you respond to Americans who have been listening to your comments that this was an act of domestic terrorism, that the officer was hit
Anytime
by a
you
vehicle,
take
and say
something,
that it is in direct contradiction to what they are seeing and watching in the multiple angles that have been released in
What
the
I
last
would
24 hours?
This vehicle was used to hit this officer. It was used as a weapon, and the officer feels as though his life was in jeopardy. It was used to perpetuate a violent act that this officer took action to protect himself and to protect his fellow law enforcement officers. So we'll let this continue to go forward and follow the same policies and procedures that every use of force situation does. But we've had almost over 100 times that these vehicles have been used to ram law enforcement officers and to do damage and to harm them. When you take an action and use a weapon to harm someone and to incite violence against them and try to cause them injury or death, then it needs to be labeled exactly what it was.
Do you believe the use of force in this instance was commensurate with the actions of that vehicle and the driver?
I would say that when these individuals use their vehicles to try to ram our law enforcement and put their lives in jeopardy, that law enforcement officer has to make a decision to protect his life and the individuals around him as well. Yes.
What did you make of Tom Homan's comments yesterday that we should wait for an investigation before determining, as you have, that in this incident it was self-defense and that he felt that his life was in danger?
You know, I didn't see those comments, but from what I understand, he also put out a statement later as well. So I'll let Tom speak to that. But all of us are on the same page in the fact that this law enforcement.
I must say this one time, since you guys are just coming in here. I saw the video. The guy got hit. He limped for a little bit and walked it off. She did go to the hospital to prove that he got hit. So before you start saying stupid shit on my show, on the chat, shut the hell up and pay attention.
Officer followed his training and that he defended and acted in defense of his life and those around him. Yes.
ABC7 New York. Two quick questions. First, you said these protesters have been following the ICE agents. Do you have a little bit more of a timeline and can you share with us some of those other initial encounters prior to the fatal shooting? And then secondly, can you speak to the closure of the ICE office at Rikers by Mayor Mamdani?
There will be more details coming out as this goes forward in the coming days. And I'll I'll talk more about that closure in the future. Yep.
So can you say if there was how many times that they had been threatened, like how many other times they've
It had been ongoing throughout the day. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Whatever happened in Minneapolis, a mother of 3 is dead, an American citizen. Do you have a message for her family today?
Yes, absolutely. And I reiterated this yesterday when I had my press conference in Minneapolis. I asked everybody not to just pray for the officer, but also pray for the deceased's family and her loved ones as well. It was a tragic situation that I hope we never see happen again. That's why I'm encouraging all elected leaders to work together so that we can be cooperative in getting dangerous criminals off of our streets.
You go in with a lot of publicity about these operations. Do you feel like that needs to be revisited so that maybe you go in a little more covertly, or do you need to change the approach at all?
I would say that we have all different kinds of law enforcement operations ongoing with the department at all times. We don't telegraph what they are, the details or specifics, or where we're going to be operating. I would say that there's different tactics utilized for what's appropriate for the situation and the criminal activity we see in a city. Last question?
Do you know the details of Renee Good's harassment of ICE officers early in the day? Were any of those details shared with you? Because apparently it wasn't just that one incident, it was earlier in the day as well.
Yes, it was, and that will be a part of some of the details that we will be sharing in the future. Thank you. Thank you all for being here, and I appreciate you focusing on this operation and the 54 criminals that we have gotten off the streets because of the work of this team behind me. We thank all of them for their service and recognize that.
For one, I'm glad for Kristi Noem. She's doing an amazing job. Now, if you were in my channel yesterday, you will know that we played that video in slow motion, zoomed in. The guy gets hit. He limps. Here's the main point that you guys are missing. We'll say it one more time. She was following them with others all day long. She was the lead on this following of other people using their cars to obstruct ICE. Why? Because they keep seeing that on the videos of libtards obstructing ICE, calling them assholes, the F word, whistles, blowhorns, everything, disrupting, obstructing justice, obstructing federal agents. They can get arrested for that. They haven't been arrested, and I think that might be the problem. But when the police does not cooperate with federal ICE agents, see, the police is supposed to be there to protect their constituents, even against themselves. When these morons want to block ICE agent vehicles, they're putting their lives in danger because these agents will drive them over. The problem is, you are not the law. We do not get to drive over the ICE agents because they have jurisdiction anywhere in our country. If you're obstructing ICE, you're in the wrong place. She wasn't just trying to turn away. She was trying to get away. She was told multiple times, get out of the vehicle. They have had enough. The guy that got hit by the car got hit before. Got 30-something stitches. They even drugged them, and who knows what else happens. But the fact that you guys think that you can go over there, obstruct justice, and nothing's going to happen? What do you think is going to happen if I see a police officer and I start cussing them out and I start running towards them? They're going to pull out their gun and shoot me, even if I don't have a weapon. And you know what? They would be right so. They would be right to do so. You don't know. It's a split-second decision. This lady wanted to run him over, period. And tell me, what responsible American citizen, innocent mother, is going to step on the gas and probably hit somebody, some innocent bystander because of her stupidity? She backed up. She didn't check to see if anybody was behind her. Could have been a child on the street. Don't make excuses for her. I feel bad for her family. Not for her. I feel bad for her family. For her lesbian wife and her kid. Instead of you guys defending the bull crap that you defend, which is criminals. You should be saying, let this be a lesson to all of us. We will not obstruct ICE agents. Instead of learning from this, you guys are so stupid and you actually make even worse decisions. Because even after you know what's going to happen, you still think that you can still do the same thing over and over. Now, I don't blame you 100%. I blame your governors. I blame your mayors. Even the chief of, even the guy that was talking with Tim Walz made it very clear. You have the right to protest, but don't block the streets. Protest in a safe manner. Protest peacefully. I don't think peacefully means throwing shit at the ICE agents. That's not peacefully, is it? So don't make excuses for your retardedness. You got to be held accountable. You have to say, doggone it, we messed up. We shouldn't do that. We should let them do their job. You guys were not there protesting illegal immigrants coming into this country, did you? Where were you then? Where were you then? If you didn't do shit then you should just get the hell out of the way. Very simple. You're protecting illegal immigrants, which, by the way, when they come for a specific person, they have a warrant. They have a reason to come and get this specific person. They don't just grab people off the street. They're looking for people. And if you happen to be illegal and you are there supporting or protesting, your ass is grass. If you're a green card holder, don't go to protests. Do you know why I don't go to protests? I got a family. If I go out there and protest, because I did this in California, I joined protesters over there because it was peaceful. It was a right. And there's always a bunch in the crowd that starts throwing rocks at the police officers, and everybody got beat down. So you know what? If I go to protest, I'm going to go to a building at the precinct, hold a sign. That's how you protest. You try to surround my car with sticks, and I got my children in the car with me, and you're trying to surround my car and get in front of my car, your ass is getting run over. You know why? Because you're threatening my life. An ICE agent is not threatening your life. You use the car as a weapon. That's your fault. She didn't want to get arrested. I get it. Too late. Too late. She messed up. Accept it. She messed up. Do I think it's unfortunate that she got shot? Absolutely. Very unfortunate. But guess what? If she would have been at home with her child, she would never have been shot. Somebody say, oh, well, that's not your mother that got shot. Shut the hell up. Of course it wasn't my mother. It would be nobody's mother if they never went to obstruct ICE agents. I can't believe that you guys are defending these dumbasses out there. I see these people throwing rocks. Don't play stupid, man. Don't play stupid. Don't tell me that you have the right to protest when you see these people throwing rocks, breaking their windshields, breaking the windows. They're hurting the ICE agents. That's our ICE agents. That's our Americans. Don't be selfish. Don't be stupid. Come on. Be honest with yourself. Let me show you what your leaders say. I want to put Maria on here. I like Maria. And I want you to listen to your leaders. And you tell me if this is really how they should talk to us.
A 37-year-old woman in Minneapolis yesterday. Authorities say she used her vehicle to try and run over federal officers.
You see that leg kick back? That's right. He got hit.
During an enforcement operation.
Look at him limping.
Take a look.
Look at him limping.
The Department of
And then
Homeland
he walks it
Security is
off.
calling this an act of domestic terrorism. The officers were trying to get her out of the car. She ignored their order and slammed the gas pedal. And obviously, another agent saw this and reacted and shot.
Tires spinning.
President
Yep.
Trump posted on Truth Social, "I have just viewed the clip. It is a horrible thing to watch. The woman driving the car was very disorderly, obstructing and resisting. The president said she viciously ran over the officer." Take a look at the video.
I'm going to say it again. She should have never have been there. Why is she in there between two vehicles? No excuse for her. Not cool that she's dead. But she didn't help herself, did she?
Video from another angle. We've got a different angle here.
JR, see, motherfuckers like you, bro. You guys are the freaking cancer of this country. It is dumbasses like you, JR. The Gestapo, you don't even know what the hell that means, you moron. Get the hell out of my chat.
Because we want to really get to the bottom of this. This is the first video that we saw where the officers are trying to get her out of the car. She ignores them. Here's another video from the front, and we actually see the car from the front actually hitting an officer in the leg, and he walks away partly limping. The video obviously is part of an investigation that the FBI is doing. Protests broke out across the country after the shooting. Several Democrats immediately called this murder, even before the investigation took place, even before the FBI could actually investigate. Joining me now is Ohio Congressman and the Chairman of the House Judiciary Committee, Jim Jordan. Mr. Chairman, your reaction to this deadly shooting?
Well, this ICE officer was defending himself and his colleagues, and instead of elected officials on the other side criticizing him, maybe they should stop promoting what we've seen now for this whole year, which is you have rioters and others interfering with.
My mom would not be there. My mom stands for legal immigration. My mother told me that if I ever committed a crime, she would put me in jail. So shut the hell up and don't compare my mother with your dumbass people.
Federal law enforcement officials doing their job. They're doxing them, they're harassing them, they're interfering with them when they're actually out there trying to do their job as enforcers of federal law. And then it all goes back to this jurisdiction where they're sanctuary jurisdiction, sanctuary cities, sanctuary states. And again, that I think has just led to this terrible situation where someone lost their life. But the officer is defending himself, defending his colleagues as they're trained to do. But the left is they're gonna say what they're gonna say. I mean, think about how bad it was, Maria. Last year you had the judge in Milwaukee. The good guys are coming in the front door to arrest the bad guy, and she lets him go out the back door. That's what happens when you have this left-wing mindset in these sanctuary jurisdictions. It is ridiculous, and I think the country understands that.
Well, I mean, a woman is dead, and yet instead of, toning it down, the Democrats are ramping it up in terms of the rhetoric. Yeah. And I mean, after, Charlie Kirk was murdered, President Trump had 2 assassination attempts. When is this going to stop? And yet yesterday, after this happened and protesters broke out, the FBI doesn't even begin the investigation. And yet this is what we hear all over television. Watch this.
That's a limp, moron.
What we saw today was a criminal murder a woman and shoot her in the head while she was trying to escape and flee for her life.
Sadly, that's the same woman that also said that illegal criminal aliens coming through the open border are not criminals. They're asylum seekers. Yeah, asylum seekers. The hell out of here, man. And this idiot over here, too. I already know what the hell you're going to say. This guy, I have heard so many hearings. And this jackass is always lying. I don't understand why Democrats get away with it, to be honest. I really don't.
This was not unexpected, but it is egregious.
It was an outright murder.
Masked officers murdered a woman in her car.
Congressman, your reaction?
Well,
that's your leaders. That's your leaders assessing and coming down the situation. The Gestapo, that's how I know you guys are morons. When you guys start using the same stupid ass words that they use, that's how I know that you have been brainwashed. Guess what? Respect the law. You will not be arrested. Don't put yourself in harm's way. Stay safe. Protest safely. Be smart. Use caution.
I mean, that's the left always calls.
Stop being a pest.
Calls law enforcement the bad guys for actually doing their job, protecting themselves, defending themselves, defending their colleagues. But they never will call the person who was resisting arrest. That's obvious from the video. The person who was engaged in this rioting, who was.
There you go. Why is it that we say the same thing, but you guys don't freaking get that? Why you defend the criminals? I don't understand. Why do you Emmett, January 6th? Do you want to talk about Ashley? You want to talk about Ashley getting shot in the face by a police officer, a coward? You want to talk about January 6th? You want to talk about your dumbass Democrats denying 10,000 National Guards to be sent to protect the building? You want to talk about January 6th? You want to tell me about the people that were high-fiving the officers inside when they were getting uncuffed inside the building? You want to talk about the federal agents out on the street amongst the protesters? Shut the hell up.
Resisting arrest, who ran their car towards an official, they're never at fault. So I don't understand that mindset. I think most Americans don't understand that mindset. But today's left, I will never forget a few years ago when Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders gave the response to the State of the Union, and she said the divide in America today is normal versus crazy. And every position the left takes seems to be crazy. They always side. They never side with law enforcement. They're always they're the ones for defunding the police. They're the ones for open borders. They're the ones who has the guy who's now the mayor of our largest city, who says we got to get rid of rugged individualism and replace it with collectivism. Like what? That's not America. I mean, every position they take is crazy, and you just see it time and time again. The people have common sense, and as I said before, I think the American people understand what's really going on.
Well, I don't know what Mamdani and his housing official were talking about the other day. To your point, you know, you work your whole life.
We're not saying that officers didn't get hurt. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about a setup to incite violence. But it wasn't Trump that incited that violence. Let me tell you that right now. It was the libtards.
To afford to buy a home, you buy a home, and then you've got to hear from this person who just got the job as a housing official in New York City that, you know, you're going to have a new relationship with your property, that it's got to be collectivism. Are we supposed to be letting in strangers and sharing our home? I mean, I have no idea what that meant.
New relationship with your property. Yeah, new relationship with your property. I think we used to call that stealing. But this is, you know, get rid of this rugged individualism that made America the greatest country ever.
Yeah.
I mean, I think of like Lewis and Clark, the Wright brothers.
There you go, I need. And guess what? Guess what the ICE agent was doing? He was protecting himself as well. Except Ashley didn't have a damn car with her or a weapon. But this woman did. Why don't defend that? See the hypocrisy of you idiots?
There's nothing about that. That's America, and replace it with communism, with collectivism. Yeah. That is frightening stuff. But this is the guy who is their party, who just got elected to the largest city in our country. And it just goes to show again how crazy the left is. I think this midterm election coming up, Maria, is so simple. Tell the American people what we've done for them. Cut their taxes, secured the border. President Trump has made sure Iran doesn't have nuclear weapons, and on we could go. And then never forget to always remind them how crazy the left is. They want to defund the police. They want an open border and everything else.
Well, in an election year, it's even worse because the Democrats are watching every comment made that it might affect, you know, November and the midterms. Look, you said it just then. You've got your work and your policy changes to show the American people going into the midterms. So why did the president the other day talk to you and your colleagues and say, look, they're going to impeach me if you don't win the midterms? Is this a messaging problem? The policies seem to be working. The economy's doing well. It feels.
Thank you, Cutting. Scott Besson discovered that through NGO. Please, Darb, you know I've been freaking spilling about NGOs since I started this channel. They managed to obtain at least $600 billion a year, which is why you see them during working hours and with all the time in the world. That's right. Absolutely. Yeah, and let's not forget that they come in, punch in, and they leave. They don't even do anything. They punch in and get out. That's it. Unbelievable.
Good, and yet people are worried about affordability. And you're worried about the president getting impeached and the Democrats taking over in November?
Well, you're right. The economy is, I think, moving. What we had like 4% growth last quarter. Gas prices are coming down.
Bro, finally somebody makes me laugh. It was just a matter of time, bro. Bro, 100%, man. Bro, you crack me up, man. This guy, man. Oh my gosh, dude. Oh my gosh. Listen to me. And I'm going to tell you something. You guys always make me preach, but I'll keep this very briefly. Do not be afraid of who can destroy your flesh, but be very fearful of who can destroy your soul. See if that makes sense to you. As long as I am good with God and I got Jesus in my heart, don't confuse me respecting the law and standing for righteousness and justice in our land for not being a Christian. I believe in God and I believe in the Son and the Holy Spirit. But we're also called to respect the law of the land. So don't bring any type of religious things against me if you don't know what the hell you're talking about. Don't you go judging my language, because poop and shit mean the same thing. Just because you don't like the way that it sounds, it is irrelevant. So shut the hell up and just watch the show.
I think you'll see other prices begin to come down that are going to help families, particularly younger families looking to buy that first home. So I think we got an amazing. Go tell them what we've done. Tell them what we're going to continue to do, which will help on the cost of goods and services out there. And as I said, remind the voters how crazy the left is. That is this campaign, in my judgment. But if we don't win, President Trump's right, because for a decade now they've went after him. And if
don't worry about it, Salt. It doesn't matter what threats they make. I'm recording the screen. They're all going to be reported to the FBI and to YouTube.
They get to control the House, there'll be impeachment number 3 from these guys. We know that's coming. That's why it's incumbent upon us to make sure we do everything we can to keep the House and keep these good policies coming for the American people.
And the House.
I want to point out there was a libtard on his YouTube channel for the Democrats. And he was like, look, President Donald Trump got caught on a hot mic moment. He didn't know the mic was on. Man, we watched it live when he was telling the Republicans, man, they're going to try to impeach me again. We need to win the election. That was not a hot mic moment. These guys are so retarded. I'm sure somebody told him that, and he went with it instead of having to put in the time to listen to the whole live himself. See, that's the difference between us. We listen to the lives together. We watch it, we analyze it, and we compare it with what we see. It's true. It matches. It makes sense. You libtards watch a little bit of something. Oh, that's good. Let me write this down. And then you miss the rest of the information because you don't listen. You don't listen.
Oversight Committee held a hearing on Minnesota's fraud yesterday. House Majority Whip Tom Emmer warned that Governor Tim Walz could end up in handcuffs over his role in this alleged scheme. AG Pam Bondi dispatched more federal prosecutors to the state to dig deeper into the potential misuse of federal money. Congressman, you pressed a Minnesota state lawmaker at the hearing. Let's take a watch.
Or actually, I want to go to March 30th, 2021. Is it true back in March of 2021, the Minnesota Department of Education suspended payments to Feeding Our Future, that program? Is that right?
I believe that's correct.
And then a month later, they resumed payments.
That's correct.
What caused them to change their mind?
In my opinion, what caused them to change their mind was pushback from their constituency within the Somali community who accused the state agencies of being racist.
But what caused them to stop it in the first place? Was it whistleblowers coming forward?
The reason they stopped the funds in the first place is because they had credible allegations that there was fraud taking place.
From whistleblowers and others.
Correct.
And just they're doing their job looking, this doesn't make sense. We got all these programs, no one's getting fed, and yet money's going out the door like crazy. So they suspended it. And then they started it back up, right? Was there any threat of a lawsuit from the Somali community and folks affiliated with Feeding Our Future?
Mr. Jordan, there was more than a threat. They actually did it.
They did? And what was the alleged claim in that lawsuit?
That they were victims of racial discrimination.
Oh, they played the race card, huh? All this fraud going on, money going out, and they played the race card. Now, when I talked about not just overlooking it.
So, Congressman, now what? I mean, Nick Shirley uncovers all this fraud, daycare centers with no kids in them. All this money going to the daycare centers, and they're not even operating, and you've got this hearing. What did you learn yesterday?
Well, we learned how pervasive this was. It was over 15 years we learned from those lawmakers from Minnesota, and they were shaking down the American taxpayer from all different federal agencies. I mean, agencies involved: Department of Agriculture, Department of Education, Housing, Urban Development, Health and Human Services, Small Business Administration. So I think it was 6 different federal agencies where American tax dollars were being just taken by fraudsters in Minnesota. Well, now here's the good news. There are 2 other federal agencies now involved, namely the FBI and the Department of Justice. And 68 people have been indicted. 2 people affiliated with that program have already been indicted, convicted, and are in jail awaiting sentencing. So the Justice Department's getting involved as well. They should.
There you go, libtards. They're being investigated. You guys claimed there was no fraud. You guys claimed there were racists. You were claiming that it was all a farce and it's just a political problem and this and that. And here we are investigating, catching criminals. And what you guys said, it doesn't exist. Isn't that interesting? I think so. So why don't you guys just shut the hell up and stop covering for criminals? That's right. That's what the hat says. And there is a reason for that. So I really wish that at some point somebody will actually pay attention. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and play a little bit of the show because I'm going to say I agree with the Stephen A. I don't agree with him on everything, but let's get his perspective on this issue.
Otherwise, he would have gotten run over by her, was shot and killed by an ICE agent. She was protesting. She was sitting in her car. According to reports, she was blocking the road. An ICE officer got in front of the vehicle. Another officer came up to the side of the vehicle, the driver's side, at which time she decided to drive off. And when she drove off, obviously the ICE agent was in front of her, so he had to move out the way, otherwise he would have gotten run over by her. Subsequently, he pulled out his gun and took her out. There's no other way to slice it. Now, be clear. I saw the video on numerous occasions. And seeing what transpired, from a lawful perspective, as it pertains to a law enforcement official, don't expect him to be prosecuted. He was completely justified.
Completely justified.
From a humanitarian perspective, however, why did you have to do that?
Yeah, I agree.
If you could move out the way, that means you could have shot the tires.
Sure.
That means you could have got her a few feet away after you shot the tires. And if you were unsuccessful in doing that, you could have got her down the road. You didn't have to do that.
Yeah, I agree with that.
She wasn't driving down the road coming at you 90 miles an hour. She was parked in the middle of the street. And rather than get out the car, she wrongfully tried to drive off and wrongfully disregarded law enforcement official, which is exactly what ICE is. And as a result, lost her life because of it. At some point in time, this opening monologue is going to ask you to answer a simple question, and we can spend the show doing that. We're going to have a representative from Wisconsin who was a Navy SEAL because he spent a lot of time throughout his life in Venezuela, so he knows a thing or two about what transpired as it pertains to Nicolas Maduro and what have you. And at some point in time, we're going to have Representative Eric Swalwell out of California, the 14th District of California, who's running for the gubernatorial seat in that state, but obviously has had a lot to say about President Trump, about ICE, about tactics that have been used, etc. I'm here to tell you.
That's a good point. What if the bullet actually ricochets off the rim and it hits one of the ICE agents? Again, like I said, I don't agree with everything that Stephen A. says, but I agree. I wish that he would have had chosen a different route. But the fact is that what he did was lawful. It was fully justified. Is it unfortunate? Of course. Of course. But as we've been saying it for a very long time, stop doing that. We warned you that things like this could happen, and you ignored us.
That at some point,
the guy's been hit before. I'm not going to make excuses for him. But the fact remains that I see people that even though they see that happening, the fact that Democrats are calling the ICE agents the Gestapo, which is why some libtards come in here and say that. The fact that the Democrats continue to bring violent language, and of course the libtards, they just go with it. You don't see us protesting, blocking the roads. You don't see us going over there to Democrat governor's house. You don't see us going over there and trying to protest against Governor Bob Ferguson. We have protested before our governors. And I disagree. Anybody that blocks the street, unless you have a permit put in place from before, should not be blocking the streets. I'm not going to make an excuse for Republicans or for conservatives either. I think anybody that puts themselves in harm's way, they are fully responsible for the consequences of what happens then. Again, I don't go to protests because I care about being with my family. Now, if for some reason some violent retard out there with a mental problem likes to be violent, goes around on a shooting rampage, that has nothing to do with us upholding the law, respecting the law. Has nothing to do with us. That's just crazy-ass people out there. So if they choose to go and be violent, that's the individual that chooses to be violent. Fully justified. Fully justified. Was it sad? Yes. Could we have done it a different way? Yes. But it was fully justified. Now, I'm going to block you, bro, because number one, I'm sick and tired of you little pussies going out there and protesting, yelling out shame when they're doing their job, when they're upholding the law, when you guys call them cowards, knowing that you can get your ass kicked. You call them cowards and you use all these words to incite violence, to provoke them. You're a bunch of little pussies. That's what you are. And I can't believe that you guys are so hateful towards your own people. Respect the law. It's not that hard. It's not that hard. Mike, block Mike, why? What did Mike say? Mike, go ahead. Tell me, how is the government breaking the law? Put that on the chat. I'll give you a chance before I block your ass. Go ahead, put it on there. Tell me how the government is breaking the law. I'll give you a chance. I'll give you a chance. Let me tell you how Democrats govern. And I'll show you the result of Democrats governing. You ready? Here we go.
I mean, what is the
Trump administration is so fixated on Minnesota right now?
Well, I wish I knew. I mean, I wish they would just leave us the fuck alone. I mean, seriously. What is when do things stop being about politics and start being about actual human decency? And so, I mean, I'm sure we can all hypothesize on what all of their political reasons are. But meanwhile, a woman died being shot in her car.
Shut the hell up and get out of the way. Freaking simple. Get the hell out of the way. Exercise your rights without being an asshole. Get the hell out of the way. It's very simple. Stop inciting violence against our agents. They're our agents. You guys are a bunch of dickheads. You guys are the dickheads. Try to come over here and insult me when your stupid ass is going over there and putting yourselves in harm's way, obstructing justice, defending criminals, defending illegal immigrants, the same people that are raping, killing, and murdering our own people in this country. Shut the hell up.
And everything that they're doing is making it worse and not better.
Yeah, and look at this. I'm going to show you something. This is what happens when Democrats govern in this country. This is what you guys love. Great job. Great job, Democrats. The human decency. There you go. Human decency, you say. Look at all these idiots. Their asses should be getting whooped right there. Look at them. This is who you defend. Yeah, look at them. They have no respect. Human decency, she says. I wish they leave us alone. Human decency, she says. There was a witness that spoke out about it. You talk like you were there. No. Look at the guy that says no ICE agents on our cities.
To be deployed if necessary. I remind you, a warning order to prepare the Minnesota National Guard. We have soldiers in training and prepared to be deployed if necessary. I remind you, a warning order is a heads up for folks. And these National Guard troops are our National Guard troops. They're teachers in your community.
So, let me tell you what you retards don't understand. The National Guard, it's the National Guard of the United States of America. Just because the governor is a commander-in-chief and has National Guard appointed to the state, it doesn't mean that they are not part of the American United States of America. You see how stupid that sounds? These governors think that they're presidents of individual countries. That's not how it works. That's not how any of this works. He should be working with federal agents. Say, hey, listen, I want my citizens to be safe. I'm going to tell them, hey, don't block the streets. Stay out of the way. They have a hard time telling President Trump, because they don't like him. They have a hard time telling President Donald Trump, yes, sir, we got you. Go ahead. Bring in the National Guard. Why now it's okay? Raúl Macías, no me importa lo que digas, cabrón. Soy ciudadano y qué, cabrón. ¿Qué te importa, güey? Yeah, you know what? Because I'm not calling ICE on illegal immigrants. But if ICE comes for them, I'm not going to be an idiot and get in the way. Because I know that if they're illegal, they got to go. Very simple. Very simple. But here you go. The guy wants to use the National Guard now. Huh? The National Guard was not important when our federal American agents were in danger in LA. The National Guard is not important when the criminals robbing and killing and murdering and violating the people in the cities. The National Guard is not important. They're not needed. How does that make sense? If they would have cooperated this whole time, all along, this would have never happened. Just like the Biden administration was an atrocity, so are blue states and blue cities because of the dumbass Democrats they put in office. If this would have been a Republican state, this would have never happened. But it's a Democrat state and city. That's why it's a junk. And if you guys don't learn that and you're celebrating the midterms, impeach Donald Trump, you guys are stupid. With the whole meaning of the word. You don't know what you're asking for. As if you didn't see this country going down the shithole in the last administration. How many of you libtards celebrating 9.1% inflation? Huh? How many of you libtards celebrated the millions of unemployed people that the libtards cost? Everything that President Donald Trump has been doing is what we voted for because we got sick and tired of seeing you retards destroying our country. And you continue to do it. And we celebrate President Donald Trump because he is pushing it forward. Even if he looks like a tyrant. Even if you think he's a king. Even if you think he's an authoritarian. Even if you think he's a dictator. You guys are destroying our country and he needs to clean it up. And how do I know he's right? Because you people keep defending criminals. That's how I know he's right. Free Palestine. And you say nothing against Hamas, but everything against Israel. You say nothing against Maduro, but all of a sudden, we're defending Venezuela. Is that right? President Trump is trying to get Maduro and his whole regime out of there. You libtards say, oh, he just wants to do a regime change. So he changes tactics, takes out Nicolas Maduro, and leaves the next person in charge. Oh, look at him. Oh, he left it. But shut the hell up. I'm sick of hearing you guys whine, bitch, and complain. And then you come over here and tell us that we're doing that. Where are the facts at? Watch TV. I watch all you libtards, all you pay libtards out there. Telling lies like it's a fact. And then when somebody comes in and challenges you with an actual fact, you deny it. For example, I just put SoCal in timeout for 24 hours. Why? Because he's over there defending Gavin Newsom. Oh, he's a great governor. Are you freaking kidding me, dude? Come on. Are you kidding me? Are you serious right now? If you're in Washington State and you think Bob Ferguson is a great governor, are you serious? Unbelievable. I never thought in my life that I would see this happening in our country. Maritza, get the hell out of my chat. I don't understand. I don't even know why the hell you came back. Pendeja. I don't understand some of these people, bro. If you don't love America, bro, just leave. Get the hell out of here. I know it's ridiculous to have a reasoning with criminals, with people that like to break the law. You know why it pisses you off what I say? Because it's true. You know I'm telling the truth. That's why it bothers you. That's why your blood is boiling. You don't like to be told that you're wrong, but you're wrong. Like Bob Barker said, the price is wrong, bitch. You guys are crazy. You guys are crazy. You guys are nuts. I'm going to change gears. Forget about it. It's useless. It's useless to continue to talk to you guys about common sense. I'm going to go ahead and play. If you guys don't like the show, get the hell out. I don't care. I want to get back to Venezuela. And I've been wanting to watch this damn show, but I haven't been able to watch it because I keep trying to cater to you guys. But what's the point if you're not going to listen? The truth is the truth. It's not my truth. It's not your truth. The truth is just the truth.
And with the ousted Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro will be up before a judge in about 90 minutes now for his arraignment along with his wife here in New York City. They are facing charges of drug trafficking. He faces 4 charges. She faces 3. Former AG, the Attorney General Bill Barr, is with me. And good to have you on. Good morning to you. You were there 5 years ago writing the original indictment. What is at the forefront of your mind? Where should we put our attention as we watch this today, sir?
Well, this is a superseding indictment that adds some detail. It drops some people. It adds some people. It's interesting. It's a very strong case. It has a lot of detail, and the basic allegations are the same as we originally charged in 2020. This was a criminal organization that used the instrumentalities, facilities of the state to make Venezuela a hub of drug trafficking. They were engaged in their own trafficking directly, cocaine up into the United States, both on ships, boats.
Bro, you know what? You're 100%, bro. Insomniac. Liberals had signs saying release Maduro. That's how stupid these people are. Do you see why I get pissed off? They are always defending criminal. I don't understand how they get away with it. We know they're criminals. How do they get away with it? It's deep, man. I am just afraid that we're just going to lose our country. I'm telling you, I know why a lot of people leave Washington State. I know why a lot of people leave California. I get it. Nobody's safe, man. Nobody's safe. If the righteous people are not going to stand up against unrighteousness, we are screwed. We are screwed. You people that are out there complaining about the oil that we're going to take from Venezuela, you guys don't say jack squat about Russia and China taking that oil, and also Iran. You guys don't say anything about that. Why? Why is that? Again, defending criminals. Again. It's crazy. I know my patrons, I'm sorry, I'm over here yelling, but it is I can't believe it. I just can't believe it. I just can't believe it.
And aircraft, and they also worked very closely, conspired with, and worked hand in hand with 5 different terrorist and drug trafficking organizations. FARC and ELN in Colombia, Tre de Agua in Venezuela, which was essentially a henchman for Maduro and his group, and 2 Mexican cartels, Zetas and...
In case you didn't know, this is the same Azel that worked with the Honduras government to set up our president, Juan Orlando Hernandez, in Honduras. This guy got away with it. And the Democrats, they put my president of Honduras, when I was a resident, in 45-year sentence in prison. Set him up. They lied about him. The guy stopped drugs from flying from Venezuela into Honduras and coming to the United States. And then they made up a lie that says that he said that he was just going to put all that cocaine off the Americans' noses. That is a big lie. And Democrats betrayed him and set him up for failure. It is such a demonic, evil mind that Democrats have. They set him up, and they don't care. They did the same thing to you, dumbass people, and to us when they shut down the government, when they shut down the country for COVID-19. Some bull crap. They knew that those who were weak in their immune system were going to die. But everybody else, the best solution is the herd immunity. Meaning get sick and get treated. Biggest mistake that they did was putting people on those ventilators, allowing machines to keep humans alive, and they all died. It's the stupidest thing. Science has been proven to be wrong at times. And those who actually know science and know the truth were fired, were shut down, were quiet. See, the Chinese, they disappear people. That's what they do. We don't do that. Well, Democrats do, but we don't do that. It's why we left the party. Right now, the Venezuelan people are pissed off because why? Delcy, who just took over this criminal's position as president of Venezuela, they still have their political prisoners and they haven't released them. President Trump had to change his tactics and say, hey, listen, we're going to leave Delcy there. We know we're going to get her. We're going to get her eventually. We're going to get her. But we need to show the world that we're being merciful, that we're trying to make a deal, that we're trying to work with them. Because if the UN, if you and the other countries in the world care about the well-being of Venezuelans, you will condemn Maduro. And you will be congratulating President Donald Trump right now. And you would have supported him taking out all the corrupted drug dealer generals and the vice president. And then it would have been awesome to have Maria Machado and whoever else was going to be president so that they can come back into Venezuela and have their democracy back. But you guys didn't. You guys bitched about it. You guys complain and complain and complain. You complain about the gangs over here in the States, and yet you do nothing to help. You release those criminals over and over and over. That's what you do with Democrats. You don't hold them accountable. And you don't hold yourself accountable. So why should you hold criminals accountable? You're all criminals. Change your ways. Change the way you think and you will see the truth. Every single time, every single day, Democrats defending criminals. For Pete's sakes, one day in your life, defend law-abiding citizens. Just one day. Just one day. Let me have one day to see Democrats defending American citizens. The innocent ones, not the criminals. Just one day. Give me just one day. I want to see one day.
In a lower. So it's a very strong indictment. One of the interesting things is one of the people we originally charged, a fellow named El Polo, who's a critical player, had broken.
Cutting edge. That's what I'm talking about, bro. We know this. And they're always going to say we're lying. You know, I'm not going to say no. They're lying because they told me they were going to fire me if I didn't get the vaccine. I don't know about any of you, but they told me I was going to get fired from my job which I have to provide for my family. I would get fired if I didn't get the vaccine. And guess who made billions with those vaccines?
With Maduro was in Spain. He was eventually captured after we indicted him in 2020, and he has now pled guilty just in June. So there's a lot of detail in the indictment that may come from El Polo, who could prove to be a key witness.
You were also
another key point.
Yeah, go ahead. Another key point is what?
Or just another key point is in 2020 we indicted the general in charge, Padrino. That was in a separate indictment in D.C. I haven't heard anything more about that. There's nothing new about him in the current indictment, which I think is interesting. And then they added his wife and his son and the head of Tren de Aragua. So that's essentially what this case is about. It's a very strong case, a lot of detail.
Okay, so I heard you say on Fox News Sunday yesterday, and given your long history, you were around with Noriega out of Panama in 1989.
Right.
You believe this case is
Yes.
stronger against Maduro than it was against Noriega. Why?
It's a more complicated case, a lot more to it in terms of the direct drug activities, but it's much stronger and a broader case because of the pervasive involvement of this group, this large group, in directly trafficking and facilitating. They were providing government equipment and so forth to different other cartels and so forth. So it's a very strong case. Now,
Aaron, and the Democrats keep bitching about universal health care here in the United States of America, and they wonder why we can't afford it. You're 100% right. You're 100% right. A lot of our money goes to every other country in the world except for us. But these hypocrites don't like to pull that out. They don't like to point it out. Thank you for putting that out.
Trying Noriega, just getting to trial took 21 months. And then the trial itself, which was under a terrific judge, one of the greatest district court judges in the United States, a fellow named Hoovler, who kept the thing moving, that trial took 7 months. So this is a long process people can strap in, but at the end of the day, there'll be a lot of legal maneuvering. The judge is important as to whether he can keep this thing moving along on a good timetable, but I think he will end up being convicted.
Okay, let me go ahead and give you a couple things here. Democrats are going after the legality of this. Here is Democrat Jim Himes. Let's do that first from CBS on Sunday.
Clearly illegal under international law, right? No, full stop, UN Charter, no question there. Clearly not legal under the Constitution because though presidents of both parties have argued against this, the Constitution is really pretty clear that the representatives of the people get to be consulted and ultimately approve military activity. That has not happened here.
Bullshit. That's not what the Constitution says. They only need to be consulted if they're going to declare, if the president wants to declare war.
At all. And so, again, there's nothing legal about this.
I want you to answer that. Go ahead and address the legality of that. Then I'll ask you a very specific question about the comparisons between Noriega and Maduro. Go ahead.
Well, first, on the Constitution, he's just wrong. It does not require it for military activity. It requires it for going to war. And we haven't gone to war here. And
oh, my God, but I make the lies. I lie, guys. I lie all the time. Yeah, I lie all the time.
And otherwise, over our entire history, presidents have had a lot of latitude deploying military forces and using force in a targeted way to deal with threats to the United States and to enforce our laws. And this is justified both as a law enforcement measure and as a national security measure. As to international law, it is not a violation of the international law. First, we have never agreed that under the UN Charter, the only time you can use force is when you're actually under attack, armed attack by somebody else.
Go learn it.
To that, and that's not the only reason for defending yourself. We've always taken the position we can use force to defend our vital national interests, the safety of the American people. So he's simply wrong on that. Furthermore, under international law, we clearly are the victim here. they have been violating international law by using their sovereign territory and their de facto control to conduct hostile activities that are slaughtering Americans. What are we supposed to do? Just sit here and let a narco state act like that? You can't use law enforcement to prosecute them over there and get their cooperation because they are the problem. And so it's like in Panama, this is an appropriate situation where we can enforce our laws by going in and arresting the perpetrators. And this is
so let me squeeze that in here. Here's the comparison between Maduro and Noriega, all right? And you tell us what we're missing, if there's a distinction or a difference now. Not recognized by the U.S. as legitimate leaders of the country at the time of apprehension. Both taken into custody January 3rd, ironically. Both indicted on federal drug trafficking charges. Both captured by military operation, no declaration of war or congressional authorization. Like Noriega of 1989, Maduro likely to invoke immunity defense. Like Noriega, likely to fail. The manner in which the defendant brought to the U.S. does not defeat the jurisdictions.
Well, look at that. There is actually history that matches the same thing that we see today.
So he was tried, imprisoned in the U.S., Noriega was, imprisoned in Europe, went to Panama where he died behind bars. What did we get wrong there?
Yes. Yeah, that's all right. There is a doctrine, by the way, called the Kerr-Frisbee doctrine. We briefed this, argued it at the time of the Noriega case, and the Supreme Court has been clear. It doesn't matter how he got here. Once he's in front of the court and he's been charged, he stands trial and can be convicted. So, you know, all these arguments don't really affect his ultimate responsibility and the government's ability to bring this to trial and get a conviction.
Thanks for coming back. Appreciate your time. We'll work through it. Carrier Bond, who used to work with you, informed us earlier today that your favorite show is Narcos.
I don't like Barr. I don't like him. But whatever. That's just my opinion. Now, I have been really trying to get through to watch this video because this happened a while back and people never pay attention. But I want to watch this video. So you guys stay with me here. And after this video, we're going to go ahead and get our favorite person on here. We'll bring the crime chef so that we can close this live for now, and then we'll be back later till we continue the conversation.
Because there are really serious issues involving national security, peace around the globe. I mean, you're at the highest level of discussions, and we're going to get into a lot of the hot spots and success and all that. But I got to ask you, there's a show that's come out. It's called The Age of Disclosure.
Yeah.
Okay, I know everyone probably, right? Everyone asks you about it?
Sure.
It's a new documentary. We had repeated instances of something operating in the airspace over restricted nuclear facilities. It's not ours, and presidents operate on a need-to-know basis.
Yeah.
Okay, that is...
So a couple points on it. First of all, I'm not disavowing that. It was an interview that was done almost maybe 3 or 4 years ago when I was in the Senate.
Right.
So it wasn't recent. The second point I would make, I was describing the allegations that people have come forward with. I had people that came forward to us. You know, some of these people were Navy pilots, admirals, generals, whatever, that would come forward and say, that there were programs in the U.S. government that not even presidents were made aware of. So I was describing what people had said to me, not things that I have firsthand knowledge of in that regard. A little bit of selective editing, but it's okay because, you know, you're trying to sell a show there. But the fundamental comments, I haven't seen it, but the clips I've seen and people have shown me are fundamentally true, and that is there are things, we know this has been documented, there have been things that fly over the airspace, restricted airspace, be it where we're conducting military exercises or the like, and everyone in the government says they're not ours. And so what I worry most about, just me personally, is that some adversary, another country, for example, has developed some asymmetric capability for surveillance or the like that we just are not prepared for. You know, we're looking for missiles and fighter jets, and they're coming at us with drones and balloons. Yeah. Remember, you know, when NORAD turned on the radars and started looking for balloons, all of a sudden they spotted a bunch of balloons flying overhead. 90% of them were innocent, you know, things. A couple of them were Chinese. And so but we never look for balloons because our radars aren't trained for that. So that really was the point I was trying to drive at. I can't comment on the rest of the documentary. It has, as I said, claims from people that were former admirals, naval fighters, people with high clearances in government. Some of them are pretty spectacular claims. I'm not calling these people liars. I don't have independent knowledge that what they're saying is true. The one observation I had is we had people that did very important jobs in the U.S. government who are saying these things. So we have people with very high jobs in the U.S. government that are either A, liars, B, crazy, or C, telling the truth. And two of them.
Time for a commercial break.
Yeah, because we all feel the same. We're all speaking.
Come for me, he says. Come and get me, you coward, he says. Well, this is what happens when you call on the President of the United States of America who doesn't F around. Check this out.
Last night, on the order of the President of the United States, and in support of a request from the Department of Justice, the United States military conducted an apprehension mission in Caracas, Venezuela, to bring to justice two indicted persons, Nicolas and Cecilia Maduro.
Nicolas Maduro had his chance until he didn't. He effed around and he found out.
This was one of the most stunning, effective, and powerful displays of American military might and competence in American history.
Like, I don't understand yet how they haven't figured this out. And now, if you don't know, now you know. Because this is the way it's going to play out. And I think people need to understand that this is not a president that just talks and does letters and press conferences. And, you know, if he says he's serious about something, he means it. But don't play games. Don't play games with this president's in office, because it's not going to turn out well.
Oh, I needed that little piece. I needed a little bit of a break right there, guys. It brings joy to my heart. Now, I hope that, honestly, this is between us. I really hope that President Trump has got something up his sleeve about this whole Venezuela thing, because we do believe that Maria Machado and the actual person that should be president in Venezuela should be in power, but we also are rooting that the political prisoners will be released. And that's really what we're hoping for. I hope that Venezuelans don't lose heart and that we continue to be patient about it. All right, go ahead, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Secretary Rubio. You have been amazing. This guy has grown so much in the last 10 years, honestly, big time. This guy is definitely going to be a good president material. That's just my opinion.
Those three options are not good, but I don't know the answer. I don't know the answer. I don't have any point of, I don't want to call them liars. I just don't have any independent way to verify everything they said.
I spent time, I've been talking to the mother of the National Guardsman that's in a hospital here in D.C. who's clinging to life. The issue of the vetting of Afghan nationals. You know, we learned that so many of them had so many warning signs, and I'll put up on the screen the statistics. We took in 76,000. There were over 5,000 that never should have made it into this country. We were assured repeatedly by the Biden administration that they had been vetted. There's no way that many of them could have been vetted. 886 of them, I'll put that on the screen, also are at large in the country as we speak. You put a pause on this, the State Department has, the President has, Kristi Noem has spoken out. Where are we with all of this, and how dangerous is this?
Well, the pause is actually, we have announced it, but in fact, we've been much more careful since we took over, with a lot of pressure on us, by the way, to let more people in. Many of them served as interpreters alongside us in Afghanistan, and so their lives were at risk. So we had a lot of pressure to begin with, but we've slowed that process down from day number one to take an extra look at people. Here's the problem with vetting people. You can't have a perfect vet no matter who that person is, for a couple reasons. The first is you can only vet information that exists, right? So it is possible that in many cases, there are things about these people you just don't know. No matter how much you vet them, you just don't have certain information. And in some parts of the world where there's very limited documentation, very limited, you can't just go out and interview people in many cases because of the presence of the Taliban, et cetera. It becomes very difficult. The second thing you can't vet, you can vet what people have done in the past. You can't bet what people might do in the future. There's another dynamic at play here, and that is you could allow someone into our country who has no history of radicalization. Perhaps they even have worked with you in the past, but they are susceptible to radicalization once they enter the United States because they don't assimilate well, because they fall victim to some of this online propaganda and efforts to radicalize people. And 2 or 3 years later, you find that they have radicalized. That is a threat. That is a real threat. It is a threat for everyone. We have homegrown people in the United States born here that have been radicalized. But I do think it is a higher threat among people that come from cultures and backgrounds that make it harder for them to assimilate once they get into the United States, and that make them vulnerable to Arabic language, for example, propaganda by ISIS or Al-Qaeda or any of these other groups that are looking to radicalize people. So look, the bottom line is there is no effective way to allow hundreds of thousands of people to enter any country in the world and not face consequences. You take 100,000 people from anywhere in the world, and you're going to have some percentage of them that turn out bad. Either they turn into criminals or potentially terrorists. I think that threat is heightened when you come from places that have terrorist movements that would target these people for radicalization once they enter our country.
You know, there seems to be some misunderstanding. I call it the Trump doctrine. I have my definition of it. Okay, I agree with the president. I don't want America involved in forever wars ever again. I agree with that part. But that does not mean isolationism. There seems to be a group of Americans that misinterpret what the president means. As examples, in his first term, he wiped out the ISIS caliphate. He took out Soleimani on that tarmac. He took out Baghdadi and associates. He dropped the mother of all bombs on Afghanistan. You know, I don't know how anybody could think the world's not a safer place by taking out Iran's nuclear sites. That's not isolationism. That is American force used for good. And 12 days later, Israel and Iran stopped fighting.
Well, the way I would describe it, it's not isolationism. It's also not adventurism, which is this argument that others have fallen into, that somehow there's a problem in the world, and the only solution to it is for the United States to send military assets to go solve it. What the president has done is he has, number one, he defines what's in the core national interest of the United States. There's a lot of terrible things happening in the world. Not all of them are at our core national interest. Number two, he defines what the outcome he wants. And number three, he takes actions that are very specific and limited to getting the outcome that's good for our country. So the case in point is Iran. Iran had these nuclear facilities. We know what they were. We've known what they were for a long time. And the president conducted a precise campaign. It wasn't a prolonged war. It was a 24-hour operation. B-2 bombers left the mainland of the United States, came over a defined target, dropped payload, 14 missiles or 14 rockets right into the holes of those facilities. The bunker busters turned around and went home. And that's it. It didn't involve 5 days of fighting. It didn't involve 15 days of fighting. It didn't involve ground troops or 6 months. He had a goal. The goal was we were going to destroy this nuclear facility. We were going to obliterate it. He went in. He did it. He got out. We were done. We achieved our objective. The objective was the destruction of the nuclear facility, which was achieved without entangling America in something broader than that. That's a great example of the limited and strategic and focused use of American power to achieve something that's in our national interest. It was in our national interest not to have Iran have a nuclear program that can be turned into a weapons program that could one day threaten the United States. And the president found an opportunity to do something about it, and he did it.
We talk a lot, and a lot of people talk in the Make America Great Again movement about America first, and I believe in America first, but I also believe that we have to have insight, wisdom, understanding that goes along with that. And it seems like every one of the examples I just gave you, where the president did use the might of the U.S. military, it's against radical Islam. And that threat, I think, when people are chanting death to Israel, when they're chanting death to America, specific threats against our country, I have not forgotten 9/11/01. What is the nature of radicalism that maybe some people don't understand why it's in America's first interest?
Because ultimately, all radical Islamic movements in the world identify the West writ large, but the United States in particular, as the greatest evil on the earth. And every chance to have the notion that somehow radical Islam would be comfortable with simply controlling some province in Iraq or Syria is just not borne out by history. Radical Islam has shown that their desire is not simply to occupy one part of the world and be happy with their own little caliphate. They want to expand. It's revolutionary in its nature. It seeks to expand and control more territories and more people. And radical Islam has designs openly on the West. on the United States, on Europe. We've seen that progress there as well. And they are prepared to conduct acts of terrorism, in the case of Iran, nation-state actions, assassinations, murders, you name it, whatever it takes for them to gain their influence and ultimately their domination of different cultures and societies. That's a clear and imminent threat to the world and to the broader West, but especially to the United States, who they identify as the chief source of evil on the planet. Okay, the reason why they hate the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the leadership of the UAE, of Bahrain, is because they've allowed the United States to partner with them. That's why they hate them. They consider them infidels for it. They hate Israel. But they also hate America, and they hate anywhere in the world that we have influence. They seek to attack it, including here in the homeland. If you look at the domestic terrorists, at the attacks that have happened here domestically, the overwhelming majority of them have been inspired by radical Islamic viewpoints. And that includes the shooting in the Pulse nightclub in Orlando, Florida. That includes the Saudi pilot in Pensacola, my home state, 2 attacks that people seem to have forgotten.
It's also my home state.
I know it is. Congratulations on that.
You were my senator for a while.
I was.
You got promoted. Let me move to Venezuela if I can, then we'll go to Ukraine. In Venezuela, it seems like America is showing its military presence. We've been taking out narco-terrorists, a conflict about, and Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of War, addressed this earlier today, in terms of the chain of command and taking out the right decision to take out these boats that are bringing drugs into our country that are killing Americans. Maduro's been basically told by the president to get out. Are we on the verge of a possible conflict here?
No, so there are a couple things that I would say about it. The first is what the president has authorized as a counter-drug mission in the region. The fact that Maduro is upset about it tells you that drugs are coming out of Venezuela. If you look at these boats, the Maduro regime is not a legitimate government. What it is it's a transshipment organization. It allows cocaine and other drugs that are produced in Colombia to be trafficked through Venezuelan territory, and with the cooperation of elements of the regime, are allowed to sail out on airplanes and leave Venezuela on airplanes and ships headed towards the United States. So they openly cooperate with the drug dealers. In addition to that, the Venezuelan regime is a source of instability in the entire region. Over 8 million Venezuelans have flooded into neighboring countries as a result of the regime's activities within their own country, including into the United States. They also happen to be the foothold of Iran. That's not spoken about enough. Iran, its IRGC, and even Hezbollah has a presence in South America, and one of their anchor presence, especially for the Iranians, is inside of Venezuela. So we just finished talking about Iran and the hostility it has towards the United States. Where they have planted their flag in our hemisphere is on Venezuelan territory with the full and open cooperation of that regime. So the fact that Maduro feels threatened by the presence of U.S. assets in the region in a counter-drug mission, it proves that he's into the drug business. And by the way, it's not me saying it. I'm not just making this up. This was an indictment that came out of the Southern District of New York back in 2020, an indictment. It was undisputed until the president decided to do something about it. No one disputed that Maduro was in the drug trafficking business. No one. Yeah. Now that he's doing something about it, you have all these people on the left and others that are coming out saying, well, it's not true and it hasn't been proven. We have an indictment by a grand jury, not by politicians, by a grand jury in the Southern District of New York that indicted him and a bunch of people in the regime. So that's what's important to point out here. Now, all that being said, I also, it's interesting, if an aircraft carrier of the United States was deployed off the coast of Japan, or was the coast in the Pacific somewhere, or was deployed in the Mediterranean, or in somewhere off the coast of Europe, everybody would be happy because it would show America's commitment to our security partnerships that we have around the world. But somehow if an aircraft carrier and our naval assets are deployed in our own hemisphere, that's problematic. I would say that if you're focused on America and America first, you start with your own hemisphere where we live. What happens here, I'm not saying things that are happening halfway around the world are not important. I'm saying what happens in our hemisphere impacts us faster and more deeply than something that's happening halfway around the world.
Let me ask similar questions. Do you think, especially with the drought issue that Iran is dealing with, and Maduro basically pretty much being told by the president to get out, are we possibly on the verge of looking at regime change in both countries?
Well, look, at the end of the day, we're Maduro, and his problem basically is that this is a guy, if you wanted to make a deal with him, I don't know how you do. He's broken every deal he's ever made. Now, that doesn't mean you shouldn't try. If you can work out a way that, you can bring stability to the hemisphere, you can make Venezuela help be a country that isn't the base for Iranian influence against and activities against the United States. You could have a Venezuela that didn't traffic in drugs and didn't send people to our country like Tren de Aragua gang members and the like. That would be great. The problem is Maduro has made 5 deals with different parties over the last 10 years and has broken every single one of them. The Biden administration made a deal with Maduro. No one talks about this. He made a deal with Maduro. Here was the deal. Maduro asked that his nephews, convicted drug traffickers, be released from U.S. prisons. He asked that his chief money launderer, his money man, his bag man, be released from U.S. custody before he stood trial. In exchange, he promised to hold free and fair elections. He got the nephews back, the drug dealers. He got the bag man back, and he never did the free and fair elections.
He stole the elections.
They stole the elections. They suckered Joe Biden. They're not going to sucker Donald Trump. And so that's really the fundamental problem we have here. I think the president is a unique figure in modern American history. He's prepared to sit down and meet and talk to anybody. Okay? He just met the other day with the president of Syria, who has, an interesting past, to say the least, in terms of his past activities. He's willing to meet with Putin. He's willing to meet with Xi. He's willing to meet with Kim Jong-un like he did in the first term. He's willing to meet with anybody. But at the end of the day, there has to be somebody that you can actually make a deal with. We've made a deal with the Chinese, but Maduro's never kept a deal. That doesn't mean the president won't try. It doesn't mean we shouldn't try.
Let me ask you, maybe you spent the most time, and the president's been clear that he thought Russia-Ukraine might end up being the easiest peace deal to make. He said it ended up being the hardest. It is the hardest. Your recent comments show some optimism, and you recently said you had the most productive, meaningful meetings that you've had, that your goal is for a prosperous future for Ukraine, and your goal is to never have war again. There's no other way to really explain it. It's clear that President Zelensky at this point is ready to make peace. The more difficult party, as an outsider looking in, you can correct me if I'm wrong, seems to have been Vladimir Putin. Where are we in the process for you to make, for you to seem more optimistic than I've heard you publicly before?
Well, first of all, I'll say, in terms of the president saying it's the easiest conflict, I think what he's really saying is it's the most illogical war. It's the one you logically would conclude you should end, because no one's really winning that war in traditional sense of winning. The Russians 7,000 Russian soldiers are being killed a week. Okay, 7,000 is more than what we lost in some of the wars we fought in its entirety. They're losing 7,000 soldiers a week just on the Russian side, not to mention the destruction on the Ukrainian side. What they're literally fighting over now is about 30 to 50 kilometer space in the 20% of the Donetsk region that remains. And so what we have tried to do, and I think have made some progress, is figure out what can the Ukrainians live with that gives them security guarantees for the future, they're never going to be invaded again, allows them not just to rebuild their economy, but to prosper as a country, be a country that has an economy that grows, theoretically, doing the right things. In 10 years, Ukraine's GDP could be larger than Russia's. These are the kinds of things. Stop the war, make sure they never get invaded or attacked again, protect Ukraine's longstanding and long-term sovereignty and independence so that they don't become a puppet state, they're actually independent and sovereign, and allow their economy not just to recover, but to prosper and turn it into a story of prosperity. That's what we're trying to achieve here. So what can Ukraine agree to, given all the dynamics that I've just described, and what will Russia agree to? And at the end of the day, it's not up to us. It's not our war. We're not fighting it. They're not American soldiers. It's on another continent. We are engaged because we're the only ones that can. European countries, there's no one else in the world that can do this. The Chinese can't do it. The only leader in the world that can talk to both sides and make a deal of a deal as possible is President Trump. And he's been very patient. He's dedicated a lot of time to it. A lot of the top people in his administration have been involved in this. We are trying to see if we can bridge the divide between both sides. To do that, we have to talk to both sides. We have some irrational people involved in this issue. Okay? People who believe that we should only talk to the Ukrainian side and not talk to the Russians at all. You can't end a war between Russia and Ukraine without talking to Russia.
Right.
But you also have to take into account the Ukrainian position. They've been very brave in how they fought. But we think that now is the ideal time for both sides to end the war. And if there's a way to bridge the divide between the two sides, we're the only ones in the world that can do it, and that's what we're trying to do. Ultimately, it's going to be up to them. If they decide they don't want to end the war, then the war will continue. But we're going to try to bring it to an end, and I think the president should be commended for that, not attacked for it or criticized. Some of these people have this notion that our policy should be just continue to fund Ukraine on unlimited amounts for as long as the war takes. That's not realistic. That's not reality. And that's not going to happen. And we've been saying that for a long time. Well, you can't sustain the scale and scope of it. And I also think it's realistic for Russia to continue this war for 4 or 5 years.
I would have thought on paper that Russia would have rolled over them in 3 weeks. And wow, the president at one point said...
What people forget, Sean, is that at some point in this war, Russia controlled substantially more territory in Ukraine than they do now. The Ukrainians, if you look at what that map looked like in March or April after the invasion, or May, 3 months after the invasion, And what it looks like now, the Ukrainians have pushed the Russians way back from where they were. So they've already achieved tremendous things because of their bravery, their courage, and how hard they have fought. But there's also the reality. This has now become a war of attrition. And sadly, the Russians have shown their willingness to sacrifice 7,000 soldiers a week.
Crazy.
In an effort to achieve this. Putin a couple weeks ago said, it may take long, we are going to achieve our objectives. It may cost more and take longer than we wanted to, but we will get it done. And so I actually think that's their mentality. And what we're trying to see, is it possible to end the war in a way that protects Ukraine's future, that both sides could agree to? That's what we're trying to find out. And I think we've made some progress,
And you
but
feel
we're not there yet.
How confident are you? Last question.
It's hard to tell about confidence level on it, because ultimately, you know, the decisions have to be made, in the case of Russia, by Putin alone, not his advisors. Only Putin can end this war on the Russian side. So I think we're going to explore. We have tried to bring both sides together and see what proposals we could come up with that both sides could live with. We're going to do everything we can to make it work. That's what we've been doing for 10 months. That's been our aim and our goal here the entire time. I think we've made some progress. We've gotten closer, but we're still not there. We're still not close enough. But that could change. I hope it changes.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey.
True. I will add to that, because that video is from a while back now. I will add that Putin, it's actually warning Europe and the UN that they better watch their back. And I'm going to tell you right now, every country that turns their back, see, people think that Putin is President Trump's puppeteer. But the one thing that people don't understand is that Putin actually respects Trump, not because they're best friends and because he likes his little smile and his orange face, but because he knows that Trump basically has nothing to lose. And the guy just wants to be able to go down in history as the best president of the United States of America. And I think that many politicians lose track of that. This is why they fail. You see, there's nothing wrong with wanting to be the best president of the United States history. It's a competition. You're competitive. I said this yesterday to the people in general. I said, if you think that I am doing something bad for this country, prove me wrong. Do better than me. If the Democrats think that Republicans suck, do better than us. Because what we're trying to do is do better than you. Because you didn't deliver when you had your time. So now we're trying to do better. We're trying to outdo you in who treats this country better. And we're winning. And winning and winning and winning. And we're not tired of winning. Competition. I'm going to give you a comparison between your lovely Barack Obama and our president. Excuse me. There we go. Our president, Trump. Check this out. Barack Obama, see, when he made fun of Trump, he confirmed who he was. I'm going to look it up. I'm going to look it up. I'm going to look it up. I'm going to look it up just for you. Just for you.
Barack Obama is the Nickelback of presidents.
Barack Obama took on mean tweets and Donald Trump on Monday's Jimmy Kimmel Live.
President Obama will go down as perhaps the worst president in the history of the United States! Exclamation point at real Donald Trump. Well, at real Donald Trump. At least I will go down as a president.
You get that? President Obama will go down as perhaps the worst president in the history of the United States. And his comedy, his reply, he said, no, I won't. He didn't. Oh, I'm sorry. He didn't say that, did he? He didn't say, no, I won't. I will go down as the best president. Mic drop. Very fantastic, wouldn't it? But he didn't say that. He said, he didn't deny it. He said, at least I will go down as the president. So you see, these morons, they don't care about being the best of the best of the best. Pun intended. Now I'm going to show you something else. I'm going to show you something else. And let's see. I'll try to get to the part, okay? Bear with me.
This is my grandpa. Most people know him as Donald Trump, the 45th and 47th President of the United States. Others know him as a businessman or a politician. But to me, he's just my grandpa. We've been playing golf together for years. It's something he's always loved, and it's become a way for us to spend time together. Over the years, I've learned a lot from being on the course with him, not just about golf, but about life. Today I want to bring you along for a round. Just us playing the game we both love. Join us on the course for this one-on-one with Kai.
Now, if you're not watching this live, you're not going to see this clip because I'm going to have to cut it out.
It's a really special video, and I hope you guys enjoy.
Hello, everybody. We're going to have a little fun today. We have Kai, who's done terrifically at golf. She's a really good player. And we're going to play a little bit at a course in Virginia that I think is rated the number one. I think it's one of the best courses anywhere in the world. It's on the Potomac River. It's Trump National, and it's been really great. Washington, D.C., we call it. Trump National, Washington, D.C. It has the Washington area. And it's been just a great place to play. It's a phenomenal course. And we're going to have a little fun. We'll play best ball.
Yeah.
And we'll see how we do. And I think we'll do okay.
I think we'll do pretty good.
You're swinging so good, so.
So are you. You're swinging better than me.
Yeah,
always.
Well, I don't think so. I don't know. We're going to find out. Have a good time, everybody. I hope you enjoy it.
Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. I'm playing golf today with my grandpa. We're going to do a best ball from the white tees. Natural.
Look at these guys. Thank you. Thank you. Let's go.
He's talking to the security detail.
Come on, let's go have a good time.
Is he allowed to respond?
They don't respond. Yeah.
I mean, with all that gear on too? Imagine that in Florida right now in 90-degree weather.
Yeah, they're sort of supposed to focus on what they're doing, which is keeping us safe, right?
Oh, of course.
Right? I love that.
Thank you, fellas. Beautiful, huh?
Look at that. I'm going to take a photo of it.
They have a wedding tonight up there.
I hope you guys are okay with showing this. There's a reason why I'm pointing this out, okay? I don't have the actual clip of what I want you to hear, but we'll get there. So hopefully you guys don't mind watching a little bit of this.
That's the #1 wedding site anywhere in the area, honey.
It's beautiful.
It's where everybody gets married, right at the top of the fountain. So you've used this camera such this before?
So yeah,
does that go into your major cameras, or is it just in here?
So this camera, when you edit it, it goes into the video. But the cameras that the guys are holding are the big cameras. This is for if I ask you some questions about like, what's your favorite golf course?
Are the big cameras better in terms of vision?
Yes.
They are.
Should we turn around?
No, we'll go right up here. Oh, I see. We're gonna play down here, right?
You want me to play yellow or?
What's yellow? A little further back. Doesn't matter. Let's play here for the purposes of this.
Yeah. All right, guys. I'm nervous, but.
Well, you got a lot of people watching. There are a lot of people, clubhouse members up there.
That's true.
How nice is this place down here?
Beautiful. With the river. What's your favorite course ever?
Well, it's very tough to compete with what we have in Scotland. You know,
Especially the new course, right?
Especially.
Good shot. All right, I got 100 into the wind. Let's see.
Distance looks good.
Yeah, I've been hitting it a lot farther. I've gotten a lot stronger too, so I think that's helped a lot.
See, this is the back tee right here. Yeah. It's from the back. It's 660,
Oh wow.
and the river's right there.
Oh, that's awesome. Hole 2, par 5, 419. I think it's still into the wind, so it's not that bad. It's probably playing like maybe 440. There you go.
Okay. Right there.
Just like that. What's your favorite sport to watch besides golf?
I love watching all sports. I love football when it's good.
Yeah.
When it's any sport that's meaningful, like if they're playing for something.
Yeah.
So the big tennis tournaments, the big golf tournaments.
Are you watching the US Open right now?
I'm watching the US Open tennis. I'm also, you look at what's happening with golf, it's the Ryder Cup is coming.
Yeah, I know.
Which maybe is my favorite of all, right?
Yeah, it's
Put it up. Put it up, honey. But we're playing a little bit slightly up from that.
We're making it a little easier today.
Nice members we have here. It's been a great success, this course. The river helps it too. The river helps it. Okay, let's see how we do here.
Very fast.
Very fast.
But this would be a US Open course. It's built like a US Open course.
Would be no better course, honey.
I agree. What's your favorite color?
Color?
Yeah.
What's your favorite ice cream?
Maybe red.
I feel like now it's like a staple. Like it has to be red.
Like MAGA.
Red. Besides Rory. Rory's
got a great swing.
great swing. He uses the ground very well.
Tiger told me that Rory is the best driver that he'd seen.
I would agree with that, 1000%.
And for Tiger to say that, that's amazing, right?
It's pretty cool.
Because
Right?
Tiger was a great everything.
I agree.
But he said Rory's the greatest driver he's seen. Okay, which is which?
That's yours? Oh, you got me. Next time I'm hitting a draw.
Okay. Put it up, honey.
Mine's definitely over. I hit that way too good.
Oh, did you go over?
I hit that too good.
Well, let's get it up.
Well, we've got to get up and down. I'm playing golf since I was 2 years old, pretty much, or started when I was 2 years old. And now it's become a huge part of my life.
We used to have contests to the pin, right?
Yes, always. And
you did.
and you beat me.
We always had good contests, right? Even as a young girl, I knew you were going to be a great golfer.
Thank you. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to also play at these amazing courses. Because without, having access to all these great courses, I wouldn't be the golfer I am today.
Yeah, always.
So I think without me having that, without being athletic, I wouldn't be able to hit as far as I do. But also because I grew up playing other sports and I am athletic, I hit a lot farther. Which is a good combination right here.
You see it, honey? It's going to fly a little bit.
Yeah, no, I agree.
I think that Scotty's going to be great too.
Oh,
He already is, but Scotty's great. It's good.
Look at that.
That's pretty good.
He can chip.
That was a good hit. That's as good as I can hit it.
There's one thing you always say that I think is important is that the fairway does not know how old you are.
That's right.
The trees and the grass do, though.
I won a club championship where I was 50 years older than the young guy I played, who was a good player. Recently, can you believe it?
No.
And I don't think about golf. I'm not thinking about golf. I'm thinking about other things like Russia, China, right?
Hey, but honestly, I play better when I'm playing in tournament, when I don't think about golf and I think about other things, I do better.
Okay, honey, put it up. Perfect. See, you're in perfect shape.
Pass the hole, you don't want to end up short.
Well, except you don't like to leave yourself a downhiller either. See, there's the Potomac, honey.
Let's take a video of this.
This doesn't get prettier. And this is a real river course, not one where they use the word river. And there is no river. That's the Potomac River, honey. See, that's an Olympic team right there.
Oh, nice. Oh yeah, rowing, right?
It's a rowing team.
Do you know if Georgetown rows in the river?
I think so. They all do.
This course is actually sick.
As I said, if you're not watching this live with me right now, you're not gonna see these clips. But I'm gonna tell you something. For a lot of the people, a lot of retards out there that are really, hating President Donald Trump for golfing and all this other stuff. Think about everything that we have argued this morning, this afternoon for some of you guys. Well, I guess it's afternoon for me now too, but just think about all of the bad things that are happening throughout the world, in our country, and all the negativity and all the hate and all the division and all this violence. How do you feel right now? Even though we're not really watching all of the golf experience. Do you see what it does for you to be able to go golfing? For salt water, to be able to go fishing? For some of you guys, just go have a picnic at a park. For a lot of us, maybe just go to the beach. Go to a tropical weather place. A place where you can feel safe and free. Doesn't it feel nice to get away from all the violence? And it's awesome. It is awesome. The reason why I tell you that is because if we continue to fight each other, there is no way that I'm going to shut up. If people keep breaking the law, if people keep trying to destroy this country, if I believe that people are hurting our country, there's no way that I can shut up. I just want you to know that. But what I really want is peace. I really want everybody to be taken care of. I believe this is the greatest country on earth. But we're getting attacked by many different enemies. Some are here and within. People hate billionaires. So what? So what? They're billionaires. Love your family. Go have a picnic. Easy. Get some bologna, bro. Get some ham. Make some chicken. Shred it. Mix some ketchup with honey mustard and mayo and whatever you like. And go enjoy with your family. You don't have to be a billionaire to go and enjoy family. It's free. It's free to enjoy family. Who cares if you don't have a yacht? Who cares if you don't have a mansion? As long as you got a stable job and you got a roof over your head and your family is together. You know what? A lot of billionaires, they lose their families. They don't have true love in their life. They're miserable. Enjoy your family. I spend so much time doing this. I know I am sacrificing a lot of family. I know. It makes me sound like a hypocrite, but I'm not complaining about rich people. I'm not complaining about billionaires. I'm not complaining about you being able to go fish whenever you want. I'm not complaining about anybody having a good life. On the contrary, God bless you even more. I want you to have abundance of prosperity. So, there's better things in life than money.
This is honestly a thing out of old.
Do you use the black ball? Because we're on the river. We're not looking at a river. We're on the river.
There's no property like this.
No, it's beautiful.
Yeah,
It's amazing.
If I wasn't Donald Trump, this would be a top 10 in the nation. Do you understand that?
I understand.
Cut. Cut, 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 cut. That could be good. There's nothing wrong with that.
Nothing at all. Are you looking forward to the White House UFC event?
Yeah, it's gonna be great.
Am I invited to that?
Yeah, you're invited to all events, honey.
That's gonna be awesome. Dan is a great guy. He's awesome, right there.
Dana
This is a beautiful hole.
the UFC.
Yeah,
Dana's a fantastic person, honey.
I agree.
And you have to be very straight because if you go a little left or right, you have a long trap shot, which is not the favorite shot in golf.
I'm not a huge fan of.
That's on the green.
Yeah, I'm not.
Cup, and I really like the President's Cup too, but the Ryder Cup is great. But I love them all.
Yeah.
Any major I love.
I agree.
Always tough to differentiate, right? You see the flag up there?
Nothing's worse than waiting like hours on the course where people hit. Don't you agree?
I agree.
Yeah, I spend that way too much.
Good shot.
Thank you. Good shot. Really good shot. There you go.
Stay there.
Yeah.
That was solid, right?
That was good.
That was pretty, wasn't it?
That was good. Really good. My bunker shot, I couldn't hit anything more than an 8-iron because of I hit a 9-iron because of the.
That's a good putt.
Yeah. Of course. 2 under.
I hate that I can't find the spot, but I hope that you guys enjoy that. As I say, if you're not watching this live, you're not going to see this clip that I'm talking about, obviously. But it is very nice to play golf. I did promise you guys one episode of The Crime Chef, so let's get to it. Let's get to it. Here we go. Let's see. We're going to do this one. I'm not sure if I showed you yet from yesterday.
Stick back! Stick back, man! Now, what is your name? Do they have a warrant? They do have a warrant? Is that sure? Are you sure?
Now, I almost don't want to show it because I don't want to, bring back memories again about what we talked about today. But, well, I guess this should remind people of what we're talking about.
Dude, what the I'm a citizen, and you guys what? Who the are you looking for?
This male Karen sounds like he's going to have a stroke. Today's episode takes us on a journey of justice. We witness an Anita Franquita hiding from ICE in her attic. Then we enjoy a Juanito getting yanked out of his car. A wild Karen appears and chaos unfolds. And
remember Juan Alberto? No Juan is above the law.
an anti-ICE Antifa member tries his luck against a patriot, and the patriot sends him to the pavement. These are just a few of today's dishes, so stick around till the end, because every bite is delicious.
Dude, what the I'm a citizen, and you guys what? Who the are you looking for? No, métete. I'm a fucking citizen. Citizen! I'm in the military as well. What the are you guys doing? Get the out of here.
It's true, he runs laundry operations for the U.S. military.
Like, what the
I can talk to you, explain to you what's going on.
Then I'm a citizen. I'm a fucking citizen.
I will explain to you what's going on. That vehicle came back registered to a Fernando. All right. What is your name?
I'm a citizen. What the you guys? I'm a citizen.
Okay.
I'm a fucking citizen. I'm a citizen. I'm a fucking citizen. You piece of
The question is not, are you a citizen? The question is, what is your name? Because it came out registered. What is a two Honduran playing basketball one-on-one? That's a good one, brother. Está bueno, Vasquez. Está bueno. He's not asking him if he's a citizen. He said the car came registered to Fernando. So who is Fernando? That's what they're there for. They're not there for the American citizen. But you see how he's holding the phone and he's hearing, I'm an American citizen. Like, what are you trying to, you're trying to instigate some fake news in here, right? That is not what they're asking him. I'm an American citizen and I'm also a soldier. Who gives a shit? That's not the question. The question is, what's your name? If you're going to go out there and use your privilege of being a citizen, and on top of that, you're a soldier, you should know that they're following orders. Don't you respect them? I would think so. I would think that he would, especially as a soldier. You will understand that they have a job to do. They have orders that they have to follow. And I would really, really, really think that this guy will get it. Somehow they don't.
Piece of shit.
Look at that.
Citizen! Soldier! I'm a fucking soldier! You guys are shit! You guys are nothing! Piece of the shit! Bitch! Fuck!
You believe that? That's an actual citizen and a soldier? Are you really kidding me? This is what we got, guys. This is what we get. This is what we got in our country.
He sounds like a middle schooler who just learned what a swear word is.
The ice! I'm a soldier and you guys treat me like this!
That didn't even touch him. Then when they're asking questions, seriously, let me throw some of those out there for you as well. Like, seriously. What? Oh my God. I am so ashamed of this soldier. Maybe he's a soldier for Mexican government. I am so ashamed of this soldier. What a shame.
Say your name.
Say your
Are
name.
you guys
Say
immigration?
your name.
I was sadly mistaken. That's not a Karen. That's the rare Becky species.
Okay, Ice. What is it? Stay back, man. No, what is your name? Do you have a warrant? Stay back. Do they have a warrant? Stay back. They do have a warrant? Is that sure? Are you sure? They showed you a warrant? Back. They showed you a warrant? I'm staying back. Don't yell at me like that.
How many times I gotta tell you?
I'm staying right where I was, you asshole. You Ice. You piece of shit. Get the fucking tags.
Shut up. Get your ass back in the car. Shut the hell up.
You run over me, you fucking piece of shit.
Move out of the way, lady.
Running over a Becky will do more damage to the vehicle than to the Becky. Do not do it.
Get asshole! Motherfucker! Motherfucker! Asshole! Fucking dick! It's ice! 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 It's ice! Ice!
If you're enjoying this video so far, you might as well subscribe now to stay up to date on all things ice.
You guys can go ahead, leave.
Piece of shit. Bro, I'm recording. I can record. I can record.
This is public space. You can record if you want.
What?
Why don't you take your mask off? Why don't you take your mask off, huh?
Brother,
Why don't you get a life?
Oh, yeah. You're the one with no fucking life. Why don't you leave him alone? He's not doing shit.
Well, now he can go not do shit in Mexico.
Hey, get out of here. Mind your own business.
Why don't you take your fucking mask off? Piece of shit.
Bitch, f*** you. Bitch, f*** you. Ahí está, ahí está.
Why is she breathing so heavy? She's inside the house.
¿A quién será que se están llevando? Se están llevando a saber aquí.
Anita Franquita is breathing so heavily into the microphone, I'm going to need to mute her for our own sanity.
¿La llave del carro? ¿La quieres llevar o no? Ya te lo voy a enseñar. Ya te lo voy a enseñar al cliente.
Now let's check in on the patriot who encountered an Antifa member.
See, I wish that these people were being peaceful, protesting. Did you see this guy putting the blowhorn on the loudspeaker with the noise in the guy's face? He's trunking somebody else's right to be peaceful. You see that, right? This is the behavior that these people defend. That is crazy. Why would you defend that behavior? Look at that. You see that? I don't stand for that shit.
Blasting a megaphone in someone's eardrum can cause real harm. So, yes, this is assault caught on camera. Let's get this Antifa guy arrested.
Bajó con mucho valentía, mucho valor y los corrió de ahí. Y ya no se pueden estacionarse ahí, pero están alrededor de la tienda. Ahora vienen por acá a fregar a la gente.
That's over here in Spokane.
Hey, look at you. I got you recorded.
Run me over, mother.
Hey, you're a piece of shit. You can't go around. We got you on video.
I have you on video. You almost ran.
Aquí están las placas de este señor. Yeah, I seen it. Yeah, we got you on video. We got you on video. You're gonna call the police.
Hey,
somebody call the
can
police.
you call the police?
Almost only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, Karen.
Hey, you got security here. You got a racist piece of shit right here trying to run us over. Why don't you call the cops on that?
Now, why racist? I don't get it.
That guy right there. Come on, security, get off the car. Do something. Come on, you're here.
This guy, come on, security. Get out of the car and do something. You cannot make this behavior up, man. You cannot make this up. This guy.
Protecting the people.
I'm always blown away by the entitlement of these idiots. This is private security hired by the businesses to protect their business from criminals. If you want personal security, then hire your own damn bodyguard or shut the hell up.
Your customers.
Shut the hell up, he said.
See? He tried to run us over. He purposely came down where he was parked over there. I got it recorded.
Yeah, I'm gonna call a cop.
Yeah. I got his plate numbers too. Look at, we got security over here. I mean, he's seen what happened.
Run me over, did you see?
Yeah.
I wasn't gonna
Paul Blart.
Let's get this straight. The Karen admits she didn't move out of the way, and yet she still wasn't run over or touched by the vehicle.
Good
the
point.
story isn't adding up.
Good point, Crime Chef.
I didn't scare that guy in fucking move. But that's good that the cop is coming. So they can see the kind of people they have too.
Si alguien está viendo esto, llame a la policía, por favor. Ahorita todo en vivo. Tuvimos a una persona ahorita, un gringo, un americano que nos quería tropezar ahorita con su camioneta. Tenemos gente de seguridad, pero no quiere hacer nada. I got a license plate. Yep, I read it too.
Come down, lady. Go be with your children.
Yeah.
Go spend time with your family.
Us, yeah. That's aggravated assault with the vehicle right there. That's what it is.
Cameras, so literally,
Yeah.
that's basically, he can go automatically to jail.
Yeah, that's an assault right there. On his,
This illegal immigrants talking about the law. He can basically go to jail because of that. Right. Okay, sure.
It does the same shit too. I hope this one. They're gonna kick him out.
Good.
Yeah, they're
I hope so. They gotta do something. I don't know who's calling.
The cops are coming right now. We're gonna do a police report.
There we
This
go.
motherfucker tried to run me over. He thought
Do
I
a
was
police
gonna
report.
move. I didn't move. I didn't want to cry.
This
He said move. No, I didn't move. F this mofo.
guy enjoyed a full course of pavement today, but it looks like he saved room for dessert.
Man, it's a big difference, man. And you know what? I didn't want to really I didn't really want to show the video anymore because I wanted to leave it on a good note with the golf course. But I think we have to continue showing those videos because people don't learn. I really wish that people really wanted peace. I wish they were respecting the law. I wish that they will keep illegal immigrants out of this country and don't put illegals before American citizens. We will continue telling the truth every single day. We'll see what we got later for you today. We'll take a little break. I will see you guys later tonight. Hopefully sooner than later. I know some of you guys, East Coast, you're 3 hours ahead of me. I know me and Trinity didn't sleep last night. We've been going at it for a very long time. But we are here for you, Patriots, and I thank every single one of you for your likes, for subscribing, and for your love. You all be blessed. God bless you. God bless your family. God bless the USA. And if it's God's will, I will see you later today.